this next part. Whole bunch of
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth. With its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Years ago, I promised Luke that if he stuck with me, he would never go hungry again. Or without a gaming PC, anyway. Problem is that his tastes have gotten kind of expensive. And I think it's time to convince him to let me out of this one-sided agreement. With the help of our sponsor, Lexar, who is helping me make the process as painful as possible.
I'll never do this.
Okay, that's not your line. As painful as possible.
What, like I have to build it myself or something?
No, you have to watch them build it.
Are you ready to be the very best, like no one ever was?
I mean, yeah. I'm actually kind of excited for this. That's a cool idea.
Bye, Luke. Don't worry, we got this under control.
Oh, like I'm not like helping like advise or anything?
You'll see in a bit how we did.
Okay, bye.
Luke's computers are always Pokemon themed, but instead of a rock type like his previous Geodude build, we are going full grass type with one of the original starters from Pokemon Red and Blue, Bulbasaur. Plastic baggies full of green stuff. You sure we weren't going Afroman themed?
It's weird that there's condensation in this.
Afromander. I'm thinking it might be easier to get some of this stuff in place before we build the system. Who wants to be on decoration duty?
Me, please.
Got it.
I see you guys managed to find the most hazardous glue. Got CA and this giant hot glue gun. What could go wrong?
Everything. We're gonna decorate it to look like a Bulbasaur habitat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wow, there's grass.
Is this computer gonna suck like his old one?
No, it'll suck in a completely different way.
Oh.
You picked the parts from my old one.
I don't know. I didn't do any of that weird stuff.
That's on you, man. Okay. All right.
Sort your supplies.
Trees.
Yeah. So make a tree pile.
Isn't craft time fun?
I think
Yeah.
so. That was a matter of time. And then here's a bunch of flowers.
What about this? What about this?
What about it? Here's what we're gonna start with, little ladies. These tubes right here, they're pretty white and pretty boring right now. It would
Let's
be
put this
cool.
on.
Maybe not. Why don't we put these vines on it? You look busy. Why don't you help me build? I looked away for how long? Look how long I looked away for. Someone needs to actually build the computer. Up you get.
He's just gone.
I thought you
The
could
girls
sit
are
up.
actually doing their jobs and the boy isn't.
Yeah.
That's true. That's actually true right now.
All right. We aren't going to be covering the CPU and greenery, so why don't we... This is a great that helps it outclass much more game. However, most 7800 X3Ds are great. We tested over a dozen of these for a recent video, and Luke will be getting the absolute worst of the best.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah, you don't need to do that to make it the worst.
The very worst thing we could find,
But a really good CPU.
but a really good CPU.
fine with me.
Do you remember how to install a CPU? If you can figure it out?
Wow.
Wow.
Come on, boy. Come on, little man.
I'm the one building the computer today, so you're gonna have to actually figure it out.
Okay.
No, no. How's your confidence now?
It's basically Lego. He'll figure it out.
Lift this up. Nope, not that. You already lifted that. Nope, not that. This. Nope, and those pins, because then the board is dead. And this is a really nice board. We've gone with an ASRock X670E Tai Chi. It's a little wide, EATX, but
So is
that's
Luke.
fine. It means you need to be careful when you pick the case. It's also got this nifty white marble pattern that A, partially matches the case that kicked off this round of upgrades. Yes, my friends, Luke thinking this case is cool is the whole reason that he was like, yeah, I should get an upgrade right now. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, and yeah, what's up with that?
I didn't ask for an upgrade at all.
How did this happen?
I mentioned that the case was cool to Jake like a year and a half ago.
It's on Jake then.
And he was like, oh, you should do like a build upgrade into it. And I was like, oh, we'd just be like migrating parts. Like, I don't know, maybe I'll just do it on my own time.
And also will be even funnier when we cover it up with a whole bunch of greenery. So you can't even see it.
This thing just broke.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's supposed to be. Well,
We've all been through that part. It feels wrong when you do it.
yeah. Who put this? Did you put this in here?
Me, yeah.
Oh, okay. You got it. Oh, that's all. Oh, wow. Okay, good job. Okay,
See, I had faith.
close the arm.
The cameraman had to help me.
Oh.
Dad, it got tangled.
Hi. Oh, okay. So hold on.
That's very tangled.
Why did you think this was a good idea? Ah! Where are the ends?
I don't know. I found one.
My love, do you know what a rhetorical question is?
No.
It means it's a question that you don't actually expect to be answered.
I found one though.
Okay. And yours is wrapped and looks so... How did I get such sassy kids?
I think that's not a difficult question to answer, but also rhetorical.
I think that you are ready to start working on this. There are some things that you can't cover up.
Youngest child working on most critical components. Let's go.
We've got to be able to plug in anywhere there's a plug. I think everything else is fair
Good
game.
advice. All right, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
The beautifulest AIO.
Most
Beautifulest hair.
Okay.
It's most beautiful, not beautifulest.
I know.
They got more sass
That
than
is
an
also
old server.
something you would do, though.
Wow. Good job.
We chose this board not only because it looks good, but also because it's got PCIe Gen 5,
Active cooling for the VRMs, though apparently we'll be covering those with grass. 4 DDR5 DIMM slots for our 64 gigs of 6,000 megatransfer per second 4 memory from our sponsor for this build, Lexar. These guys went all out on the looks of these modules. Norse print on a tasteful aluminum heatsink designed for superior heat dissipation. It supports XMP and AMD Expo overclocking and comes with a limited lifetime warranty that probably won't cover child-related damage. So Luke, you better pray my kids don't break it when they install it.
Do I push this?
I mean, yeah, but the angle matters, so don't just like shove it. Normally it would matter which slots you're installing in. We're using all 4. You can run into some compatibility issues with 4 sticks of memory. I mean, I don't care. I care a little bit actually. Lexar sponsored the video, so be careful not to break their stuff. Wow. Okay, why don't we get this food on? This hurts me.
Goodbye, Infinity Mirror.
How you doing, kiddo?
1 minute.
Are they all clicking into place?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
That's good.
job.
Yeah. Not bad.
All right. Maybe the tech tips are hereditary. Do you think you can handle the blue gun?
Yeah.
So we just want to use the thin layer over the whole area that we're doing, okay? Have a little bit of time before it's set. There we go. We're trying to make it straight. Is that the right orientation?
No, it's not on straight. That was so perfect. It's not on straight.
Okay, that's fine. It's just Luke's computer. The next thing we're going to be hooking Luke up with is 2 of Lexar's award-winning 4 terabyte Lexar's brings read speeds of up to 7,400 megabytes per second and writes 6,500 megabytes a second, which is well within the requirement for you PS5 console gamers out there. You can even choose to have a heatsink or no heatsink, meaning it can fit into all kinds of tight spaces. Like the tight spaces we're creating for ourselves, but putting a look at this.
Why are you giving him 8 terabytes of storage?
Because Luke's a gamer.
So,
He needs a lot of games, I guess.
mine only has like 1 terabyte. And I'm a gamer.
Well, Luke was born first.
So,
so firstborn privilege.
He's old.
Yeah. I think we're gonna try and put them under here so that we can screws. Yeah, you gotta take these screws out first. And then every time you use this, you have to say LTP store dot.
LTT store.
Every time you you guys can decorate. Who wants to launch? Okay, that worked out great. As for you, you're gonna have to take this heat sink off because there's a heat sink already on our motherboard. Precision screwdriver. Coming soon to.
LTT store.
There you go. Good job.
The screws is. It'd be shame if it fell on the floor.
How's your confidence doing? Still basically high. He's quite confident in general.
No, not that.
A little bit lower. Oh, no.
Spoke a little soon there. I'm picking these slots because they're both under one heat sink, which means Luke will have to do less removal of grass other heat sinks whenever it's time to access his SSDs.
So considerate. Yeah.
Okay, watch your fingers. I'm just going to glue this down. Yeah, that's never coming off. We got hot glue right on the screws by accident.
By accident?
That's okay.
Can you help her, though?
Yeah. Would you like help?
I tried. I really did try. Fine. I have a new task for you then. Lee and Lee are super bros, and they put their fans on the cooler ahead of time. Normally, I would actually change the orientation because I prefer to have the fans pulling through the radiator fins so that it's a little bit easier to clean. Luke doesn't have any hairy pets or anything like that though. They're all feathery friends. So we're just gonna leave this and screw this into the fins. That's it.
Birds produce a lot of dandruff.
The place you're going to be installing this is at the back there.
Is this okay to take?
I would leave that.
Yeah, I'd leave that for now. You're still pulling it. Okay. Wow. You want to show the camera?
That bottom right thing is.
This is, yeah.
You know, the GPU is going to cover a lot of that.
I mean, I've heard this is kind of the style though, the little factory cap. These fans need to spin, so we can't put on anything that gets in the way of them spinning. But what we can do is we can decorate the hubs in the middle.
They're infinity mirrors, but
Now they're Infinity Bulbasaur. You want to put shrubs on there? Put bushes on a fan. You can't do that. Trees might not be
Fly off.
the idea because I don't think they'll stay on very well.
Yeah.
Shrubs.
I like the shrubs.
Thanks, David. Really helpful.
Stickers.
I think stickers are a really good idea. This seems like a perfect opportunity to talk about our case. We're building this whole mess in the Leanly 011 Vision, and the best thing about it is how much tempered glass it has to show off my kids' incredible handiwork. Okay, the real reason we chose it was that Jake really wanted us to include this part that he machined in high school for a water cooling setup that Luke never got around to building, and this case fits it. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
Yeah, but then you guys didn't use it. This. It's like this went like that. So there was a plate that was machined for the bottom of the reservoir.
Yeah.
So that it could stand on this little post.
David says it was supposed to be the stand for Jack Bulbasaur.
Ah, okay.
We didn't use it.
Yeah.
The Vision variant of the 011 is especially good for custom water-cooled rigs, but something that complex is a little bit tough for my kids, so we're just going to put that lead in the AIO and call it a day. Hopefully the daisy chain compatible radiator fans will simplify the install. I don't remember the last time I was this stressed out doing a PC build.
That's because you barely ever do PC things.
That is so
Hashtag lie. Yes. I used the no-no.
Have you shown Matt use a screwdriver?
Yes. Which way is writing tighter?
I don't know. Right can be either way, right or right.
Just really good grades. Wow, this is something.
This is too.
Yeah. Okay. How about,
This is also technically a thing.
what if you guys overlap them, and then we just kind of cut along the outside, and then we just kind of wrap it like that. Then we can kind of sticker bond it.
I don't ever think you'd be such a fan of stickers before.
It just looked really good.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, is that the kind of screw that was in there? I think it was a thumb screw.
What's a thumb screw?
This kind that you can do with your thumb.
Dad, I don't think it was a thumb screw.
Oh, okay, then put in whatever kind. Realistically, it doesn't matter what kind of screw it is. It's Luke's computer, so who cares?
I don't want to wait half an hour for you to do your updates.
I don't want to wait half an hour for you to get this power supply installed.
We game together sometimes. And one time, me updating my games took quite a while. But this won't change that at all.
It's a power supply.
I'll give you 2 hints. Power and supply.
So it makes power.
Well, no, it supplies power.
But that's basically making
No,
power.
it doesn't make power, it supplies it. And if that's unexpected, it's wise. That didn't really land.
No.
Wow, you guys did a spectacular job here. I think we're ready to install this in the case. Can I show you guys how to do it, or do you want me to give you something else to decorate?
Something else to decorate.
I'll be right back.
Didn't even look at the. Oh, a little bit. For a second.
No, they're really not that interested in the computer.
Can I show you guys where this is gonna go?
Oh my.
Brown kind of works
Actually
with what
works
we were
right
doing.
Yeah.
And then maybe you can tell me if you have some cool ideas for what we could put on it?
Yeah.
No? You don't want to decorate it?
Actually, yeah.
The GPU is going to go right there. So with that in mind, if you guys have any bright ideas for what you want to put on the back, or on the side of it, or on the side of it?
Maybe like vines?
Ooh, we could put some vines on
Yeah,
it.
vines.
Yeah, and then maybe on the back, we could put grass and we could make a field, and that could be where our Bulbasaur lives.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So supportive.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. Put up the flowers. You guys can put flowers on this one once all the grass is on it, okay? You should only need 2 pieces if you guys use them efficiently. And there are some places you can't cover. You can't cover here because that's going to impact cooling. And everywhere else is probably fine, realistically. Also note, I said don't cover this immediately the one place they want to put something. Time to get this radiator installed. I'm not supposed to be doing this, so you're doing it. And it goes in this spot here. Yeah, probably not. It's really good. Oh, look at that. You made a little cutout for the power connector. Good job.
There's dots.
Oh, that's fine. We can just cut a new bit for that. Okay, how's it going? Good job, Reddit.
So he got the Radness hands by
Even-
himself?
No.
Oh.
The thermal compound goes on the CPU.
This
Yeah, it's safe. Okay, so, yeah, wait, put it up against it. Okay, you're gonna have to squeeze like you didn't inherit your mother's strength. She has fortitude, but not strength.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this glued down first. Sound good? Good. Okay, this is happening.
I'm excited about the trees.
Truthfully, this is a bit of a side grade for Luke. It's an ASUS 4080 Noctua OC edition. It's got 16 gigs of GDDR6X, little overclock on it. Most importantly, it has these 6 gigantic Noctua fans that are dead freaking silent while keeping this thing running nice and cool. And they're gonna have some insulation to work against now in the form of this grass.
Smells bad.
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's a great card and it'll run anything you throw at it, but realistically, the biggest reason we chose it was Noctua's trademark brown aesthetic. It goes perfectly with our forest theme. Or it'll look awful in a white case, I don't know. All remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think it looks great.
Oh, it stinks. This is actual moss.
What? How does this work?
Fluff the moss. It's moss.
Is that okay though? Like, is it gonna rot?
Well, we fluffed it.
Is it gonna rot?
Now it's fluff.
What happens to
Natural.
like dried out moss over time?
Sounds like a Luke problem.
Yeah. Also a lot of glue.
Yeah. Well, it was all flaky.
Moss.
Oh wow, good job, you guys. I mean, it depends. If you want to keep your moss free, you might.
That's true.
You tested all this stuff ahead.
Oh yeah, it all works.
Okay. Or at least it did.
It did. Great plug in all the power.
Nice. It only goes in one way, so just try it one way, and then if it doesn't go, then try it the other way, and then if it doesn't go again, then you must have screwed it up the first time and tried it the other way again.
USB, baby.
What if it doesn't go to the
Well, then try again. Wow. Yeah, I think so. You guys are going to decorate the GPU support, and then when that's done, it's going to be time to make a field and some trees and stuff for Bulbasaur.
Should we make this a pond?
No. GPU support? Ah, nice.
Put on RGB cables.
watch me fail.
Nah, dude, you got this. You got this. Okay, so we have 2 of them.
Dad, that's again. Can I make fun of these things?
You know, I think, you know, I have Linus running in the background.
No idea. I can
And I think,
Wait. We are getting really close to putting it together and decorating time. Got a rear fan here. David, what are you? What?
It's our tree stand. Look
A
at this.
tree stand.
It's our third fan in the bottom. And we can stick trees in it.
I don't know if these ideas are else.
What? That's a good idea.
Editor's notes, make a code that says Luke's PC to get 5% off stuff in the LTE store.
We're not allowed to give discounts on the
Editor's notes, make a discount on the LTE store.
You figured out the code. If you clap, they can't say no.
So this is gonna go here. You guys need to think then. Anywhere where there's gonna be stuff in the way, you can't have tall trees. Yeah, you can have flowers here or little bushes and stuff. So I was thinking maybe Bulbasaur could live in here. We could have some trees kind of out here. You could have like a little hidden away area. Okay.
I've already seen this one. I've seen this Bulbasaur.
I vote for Big Man.
Little Bulbasaur is going to live up here somewhere, and then big fat Bulbasaur can go in the front. Okay, so you guys can do first, and a little habitat for Bulbasaur on the back of the GPU.
So this is going to be the front corner. So maybe have it face this way.
Amazing contribution, little man. Oh,
Yeah, that works. We might need to put some hot glue.
Oh, I feel like there's going to be some extras for this one. LMG.GG/. Jack Bulbasaur is embedded flowers on the tree.
You don't have to at least 20
That's the face of a man who's regretting his decisions.
Yeah, seriously, you're starting to run out.
That's like the good part. Like, wow, it looks like he's like crashing through the trees. That was
unintentional.
He's like, whoa. Here's the big moment. You guys ready?
This is the big moment. Bulbasaur is the big
Oh,
moment.
this is a pretty big moment. Wow.
Stick it out of this ball, please.
I like that this now implies that you're Jack Bulbasaur. Please turn on computer, please.
This would be so much work to redo at this point. I guess before we press the power button, I should talk about our Seasonic 1000 watt Prime TX power supply. Luke ran into a few power supply related issues during the Radeon challenge, so we wanted to pick one that he could trust. It's got a hybrid fan that only kicks in at 40% load for that. Bulbasaur so much influence. And it's 80 plus titanium certified. Against my better judgment, we have used Liam Lee's streamer RGB cable extensions. I am not a fan. Neither is he. Wow! Is that beautiful or what? The sticker bomb with the RGB behind it actually looks kind of amazing on the fans.
Yeah.
Like, unironically, looks really cool. Hey! David. There it is. Who can be trusted to
Okay,
do the sticker
here's the goal.
perfectly?
is that I'm sick and tired of burning trees. To the point.
I just broke it, by the way. That really
I'm
hurt.
going to try to get off these
I was trying to play
fossil
it cool.
fuels.
Did you bleed?
It hurt. Oh, yeah.
Is there
With the
blood in my
exception of
computer?
Oh,
coal.
yeah. And definitely
Because
Wait, hold on. If
there's
I,
no
so
reason
if I
why.
break this one and this one.
Normally there is logic to that, but I've had.
Yeah, it's a 7-blade fan.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, bro. Oh, I don't think there's any way to balance a 7-blade fan.
Not really.
Fewer than 7 blades. Nope. Well, I tried. We'll put a new fan.
David in the background.
But it looks
Sorry, everyone.
perfect. And what about this shape I cut in the middle and the flower?
I know. We'll put it back on. We can take that off and we can put it on the new fan. Here we go. Look at that. Wow.
It looks great though.
Doesn't kind of helps. Bad news, everyone. I think Luke is going to absolutely love it. What we're trying to figure out right now is A, whether he and I are actually related, because if we are, he should be pretty good at Halo. And 2, whether this computer can actually handle the gaming load. We did put some stuff in there that should obstruct airflow. CPU's at 52, GPU's at 35 degrees.
Yeah, see, the Noctua fans just don't care at all.
That's weird. Are these temps right? That's incredible. That can't be right. That's actually really trending right? Because it looks like
Do you have Halo frame tap?
Yeah.
The Bulbasaurs are having some protein.
They are.
You know what? Under a heavier load, it would probably get hotter. Because you're probably right, Halo's probably frame capped. Still pretty good. Lexar asked us to do a quick crystal disk mark run to validate their claims about the performance of this drive. And there it is. Everything's performing exactly like we would expect in spite of the situation in there.
Do you want me to look away?
It's a labor of love. Children working.
Yeah.
Don't be too harsh.
Okay. What? No, this is amazing. What do you mean? Oh my
Immediately
god.
puts us back to the camera. Thank you, Luke. You've forgotten everything.
That is so awesome. I love how it's like swole Venusaur too. He's not just like chilling it off.
It's Bulbasaur, not Venusaur.
Man, this is actually so cool.
It's mostly not broken, and we think it might work.
I suspect this like, you know, stuff coming out of the bottom is probably going to continue.
Well, given that we use real moss,
I was gonna say, it looks really realistic. Where did you get it from? So this moss here and this moss here is real?
I mean, real in the sense that they're organic.
Oh my.
Came from outside.
We need to put the bottom panel.
What is it?
Bulbasaur.
No, like what's in it? What are the components? Is that just part of the mystery?
I guess.
I don't get to know.
I guess you'll find out what's in it and why we chose it. That's grass.
GTX grass.
Yeah, also that fan might be missing some blades.
What?
Well, the kids, I mean, you can't trust them.
You did.
I'm not surprised that Linus may have been the biggest problem in this book. LOL fan, deal with it? Is that you?
No. I approve of this message, though. This may be one of my favorite builds we've ever done, actually.
No joke, we just filmed a video on our favorite builds. This would have been in it 100%. This is super.
The little details, like nothing lining up at all, they kind of get lost in the overall package.
Yeah, like I honestly didn't notice at all the first time I looked at it. And like now
that you've punched it, you could probably spot some.
but it doesn't seem that major because there's so much going on.
Yeah, and look, this fan totally still blows some air.
Not very much, but technically, yeah. It looks sweet. I'm super stoked.
And I'm super stoked to tell you guys, hey, why not go check out the video where we spilled a can of Coke into a computer and then fully recovered it.
Oh,
Go again.
so there's hope that I'll be able to survive moss.
It's a Coke, not moss. It's so green.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay.
Fan's buzzing a little. Sounds like a loose problem. Jake, as senior member of our logistics team, you've had ample time, not to mention the power, to steal stuff from the office, like those Noctua fans, and my idea of owning Buzz Lightyear as the belt. But you wouldn't do that. Because you're not really interested in tech. You spent your AMD $5,000 ultimate tech upgrade on model trains. Yeah, I'm in here changing for the bit for the intro. And even in your bathroom, you have stuff stolen from it. Like this prototype bath mat that has a pattern on it like our towels. Oh, I should put pants on.
You know, bud, how long am I going to break into
Why do you want to break into the train hobby?
Because they've lost the steam.
But don't worry, friends. There will be plenty of tech on this upgrade train as well. We've got a brand new TV. Do you have to do that constantly?
Yes.
An ultrasonic vinyl record cleaner, an Alienware OLED gaming monitor, some speakers, and a whole lot of awkwardness.
Yeah.
Don't forget a rippin' fast AMD Ryzen 7 gaming processor.
Hey guys, AMD's doing another giveaway, and this time the grand prize is a whopping AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3, an AMD Radeon 9070 XT, and a Steam Deck OLED. And that's not all. Two runners-up will also each receive a Steam Deck OLED, so make sure to enter and check the description below for details.
I was the last member of our very popular music podcast, Final Verdict. You have?
Well, yeah, because I wrote the code.
Oh, fair enough. Luke got his first, then Bell, then Adam. Where's me? So I built a computer last year, convinced I was never going to get one.
I noticed that you didn't say you bought a computer.
I built a computer. It's full of stolen items from the office.
office. We will find this out later.
I believe that you won't have stolen your AV equipment.
No.
We don't acquire that much, and you seem to be legitimately into it. Like, these speakers weigh more than me.
So those are Paradigm 7 SDs. They were probably like $800 when they were new, but I bought them for $100 from a guy around the corner.
Dude, secondhand hi-fi is like...
I'm living that video.
It's an actual life hack.
That's mine. That's the graphics card I moved out west with.
I
So
noticed that you didn't say you bought it, you just said that it's yours.
Yeah, I got the box for it and everything. That's a 1660 Ti. I bought that
Oh, okay.
6 years ago.
It's not actually the GPU I was wondering about, it's the dock.
Oh, the Beast? No, I bought that.
It's a pretty cool setup though, hey? This dock plugs into the M.2 SSD slot in this little mini PC and lets you run a full-size desktop GPU. Wow, think something?
Okay, so that's from my dad. So Artie did something nice for his folks. And my dad uses my gaming PC 4 gaming PCs ago. So it has a Phenom X4 965 in it, which is a great processor.
Yeah, was.
15 years ago.
Yes.
So
It's like saying, you're a great dad 15 years ago.
wow, it's a lot younger 15 years ago. Hi, Dad. Anyway, it was my dad's birthday the other day. So this will miss his birthday, but we'll send it home.
Okay.
But this has a Ryzen 5650G.
Nice.
Which is like a perfectly relevant platform still. And
Prominent, you might say.
Yes. It should last him a good long time. And it's a lot smaller than my new PC that he's been using.
I couldn't help noticing that the ship to addressee on this is someone who no longer works here. So you clearly scavenged this from the office rather than actually
This is from
buying
inventory. Yeah. No. The upgrade paid for it from the. Yeah. The Steam Deck came from the office. I won that at the Christmas party last year.
Sure you did. It's so fun to bust the guy when he goes full on confession mode the second I walk in the door.
Oh, fair enough. That's why I caught it. Remember when we used to have? That's how I got all of it.
You took underwear from a pile?
Yeah, it was fine.
Was it new?
It's been a while. Who cares?
This is a Hundo P. Got the label on it and everything. These are our standard issue workstation keyboards.
They're great.
What's your excuse for this one?
Wow.
But we use these as our standard workstations.
We have like almost 200 of them.
Oh.
That's from
Okay, this is from the office for sure. Ain't no way you bought an 8 terabyte enterprise capacity drive.
No, I bought that off the company. So that was used to be in Ladner's server. The NAS has 8 of us.
See, this guy, he keeps saying, I bought it off the company. But you know who decides when things are for sale?
The Skiller Sharkoon, or Sharkoon Skiller.
You keep birthday cards people give you,
Okay, so what?
but you keep them in a backpack in your closet.
So I went home for Christmas. My sister gave me my birthday cards because my birthday falls just before Christmas. And then I've just never unloaded this bag.
Right. Because you're probably more into the new commuter bag from ltdstore.com. Go check it out. Go get one. It's like the OG backpack, but smaller and sleeker and less expensive.
Where do you keep your graphic equalizer? Of course it's underneath your cowboy.
Yeah, well, it's so obvious. Is anyone else appreciating the irony of them calling this an economy pack? There is nothing economy about wasting money on little tiny people.
Take that sleeve out. Look at the price.
I didn't even know the punchline.
Expensive hobby.
These individual cars are like $40.
Yeah.
Butterfinger should pay you to use this car.
Isn't that one of the cheap ones, Jamie?
Yeah.
This is a cheap one?
Yeah.
The emergency is them coming for you.
That's right. You want to see a really expensive set?
I don't know.
Okay, so I bought this with my own money. This is 4 cars, and it's $285. This is one of 3 sets. I only got the, what is it, A set? I had the A set.
It better come with a pleasure dome.
What is the pleasure dome? We'll find out later.
That's the second-hand price?
Yeah.
How much is it new?
I don't. I shudder to think. miniature trains and the people who like them.
Let's do some tech for a little bit, because even in current market, tech is seeming downright reasonable by comparison. Ooh, let's do some speakers.
Wow.
Alright. Oh, don't put your finger through the grill.
Ask me why I picked these.
Why did you pick
They were on sale. It's the most arbitrary price in this entire. They're roughly the size of the stands I picked out, and
They look good.
I think they're 100 and something watts.
They're the right size and they look good. I mean,
Yep.
that's basically why my wife picked me.
Sure about the look good part?
I was about to say I was better looking when I was younger, but let's be real here. Well, I can see why you're replacing these.
I got those Onkyo speakers for free from Jake Tybee because he was moving, and he said, "Hey, did you want these?" I said, "Yeah."
Nothing against Jake
We're gonna
Tybee,
go
I
after
love the
that.
guy, but he's one of the toughest
thing, that's
negotiators that I have ever encountered. And I'm pretty sure if these were worth something, he would have taken money from me.
Yeah, I mean, you can call them cheap too. That would also be accurate.
Except as it pertains to wasting money repairing his BMW. This one time he fixed the turn signal. Wait, is your setup, like, angled?
Yeah, because I sit on this end of the couch.
So your center channel is off to the left.
Yeah. Okay. So that has more to do with it. It
What
won't.
the heck, dude?
It won't fit underneath the TV.
For someone with this much hi-fi gear.
Yeah. I could have put the TV on a box, right? But the TV is already too tall, in my opinion.
Your sub's not in the corner.
Yeah.
Your center channel's not centered. You got one of your stereo channels towed in,
Yeah.
and your TV is angled toward the couch, but not enough.
It's angled a lot.
Also, you're sitting right next to that surround speaker, and that one's way over there. All the more reason to go over here and have the whole thing take less space. Yep.
That end of the couch is broken. I think my dad bought this at Woodward's in like 1978.
I want to get it ahead of all of y'all in the comments, all like, Linus don't pay Jamie nearly enough. The man has tens of thousands of dollars worth of records. He just has moved up priorities.
I mean, if you think Linus could pay me more, write down in the comments as well.
Pretty cool the way they shot it to make it seem like he's like getting away from him. Like every shot is short enough that it kind of seems like he's keeping
It's like
up with
right
the bike.
behind him, yeah.
Yeah. Realistically, the surround
There's
speakers
no way
are
that was
the
it.
least contributing to the overall
The rear
experience.
speakers weren't really doing much in the scene. I mean.
No. So good upgrade.
Yeah,
All right, let's do the next one.
cool.
Let's do the TV.
Okay.
Nice. Whoa! That's how we're doing it. Okay, sure. That's great.
Wow.
Question for you.
Yes, dear.
You've done so many of these upgrades. You've installed so many TVs, both here and in your previous life as a Geek Squad TV install guy.
Yeah.
Where's your wall mount? You literally have networking and power on the wall, where no one who could reach that light switch could ever hope to reach them.
That's right. You ever read r/TV too high? It's my nightmare.
But you could mount it to the
So
wall
low.
down there.
So low. So low.
All right, Star Wars guy. I think there is such thing as r/TV too low as well. I think.
I
on
don't
the
think that's
floor
true.
would be low.
What a TV.
What a TV!
Wow, look how deep those blacks are.
They're deep.
Incredible.
They're deep, but it's deceptive. See, check this out.
Okay, tell me more.
That black looks deep. It's like this thing. Totally fake.
I thought you were doing a joke about how we're watching it off center, so it doesn't look right.
Oh. No, dude, it's OLED. Your handles are great. Yeah, are we gonna put your new CPU in?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so
So you went from the 7800X 3D
That's
to
correct.
the 9800X 3D.
That's right, yeah.
You're gonna get so many FPSs, dude.
No, it's the same old graphics card, so it's gonna be like a marginal improvement.
Yeah. How much you want to bet? Literally all this water cooling equipment was stolen from the office.
Not all of it.
Yeah, I bet. Stolen. Maybe not stolen. Definitely stolen. Absolutely
something,
stolen. 100% stolen. No one would actually buy a Corsair DPU block.
No, I bought it. It was an Amazon warehouse.
Solve the
deal.
problem to get another
Someone had
one,
already
to
returned
solve
it.
another problem to get
And we
another
took the
one,
block
to solve
off.
another problem and get another one.
And then we
So if I
we're gonna
look at
fight
this
with this
correctly, this
computer
should
for the
be
next
all
20
fed
minutes.
off
That
of a
wasn't very
single
good,
water pump.
fusion.
No, that's good.
Was it good? Good content?
Yeah, no, this is good. So you can tell, because this block is designed with an offset mount, so that the cooling patch is directly over where the compute dies are. And you can actually see it's ever so slightly bowed, which is why the thermal compound is really thin right there, right over the bottom. That's part of why it performs so well. Minus water cooling tips.
So I have a 7800 X3D in there right now. And then this is a 9800 X3D.
Whoa!
It is 10%, 12%
It's a
faster.
little faster, but it also changed the layout of it.
Oh,
Where the X3D cache goes. Yeah, the architecture is a little new, but hey, best of the best. You're not really getting any better than a 9800 X3D.
So I did water cooling in this computer because one of my development goals when working here last year was to you're supposed to like improve something that you're bad at, I guess is the best way to describe it. But I'm not very good at understanding like water cooling things. And so to better serve writers and stuff, I learned more about water cooling by completely ruining this computer.
All right, let's get your computer back on the desk and check out your new monitor.
Wow! At the Christmas party last year, I won the Gundam monitor. It's the PG-279. It's a XG279. It's a 1440p, 144 hertz monitor. It's pretty good. I'm selling it to Nicole because she wants a second one, and so we're putting an OLED in its place because everything has to be an OLED.
He's got an AW2725DF.
Wow!
1440p, 360 hertz, QD OLED. It looks really good. It's gonna fit great on that desk.
I will also be a man who owns a monitor.
You already are.
Yeah.
The nice thing is the motion pixel response time will be lightning fast because it's OLED. Your blacks will be inky blacks. You'll get that great HDR picture, Jamie. It's an absolutely beautiful display. One thing to note about all of these QD OLEDs is that they're very delicate, but you don't have pets, you don't have a kid.
Just keep reminding me of all the things I don't have, Blue.
Well, just don't get upset and punch the monitor and you should be okay.
Yes, all those competitive games of Fallout 4 I'm playing.
Yeah.
You guys updated the BIOS before you put in the new chip, right?
I did it yesterday, yeah.
Oh really? Oh, absolute professional. See, I thought I was going to be coming in all
Yeah, you guys did it pretty good. It's memory train.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
They just ramped down though. That monitor's turning on.
So that's over there's not the only thing we're left with. Why do you keep acknowledging my terrible jokes? You know I'll keep doing
I
it.
get paid by the joke.
This always scares me.
Okay, do I say yes or no? I don't remember. I'm gonna say yes.
Sure.
I didn't have
All
good
right,
luck.
and Windows deleted. Got him.
Oh. So we reset the BIOS because the new chip was in it. So now it has to re-memory train. And while we do that, why don't we fart around with the record player?
Sure.
As part of my upgrade, I sprang for this kind of dumb ultrasonic record cleaner. It's basically one of those ultrasonic cleaners that you would put jewelry in, but it rotates the record around.
I'm really excited, James. Like, we've cleaned records with my spin cleaner.
Yeah, I have a spin cleaner
You got
as well.
one too, and
Yeah.
they're good. But they're kind of like, you gotta like fill it up, put the record in, spin it manually, take it to work.
It takes way too long.
Yeah.
This is a copy of Queen's Jazz, and it is disgusting. Also, I think it might be warped. So, you know, it is what it is.
What do you do? Just
Take the reservoir out, buddy.
you fill it with distilled water?
Yeah, I filled it with distilled water. You can fill it with tap water. It says not to, though.
Yeah, this is good enough, right?
And then you dump it in the middle there.
Oh.
So, yeah. So, what I've found, oh boy,
this is
not the
easy
right
to,
way.
yeah, it's really not.
It's this way.
I don't know if that's the way either.
That's not good.
How much water is supposed to be in here?
More than that. Okay, so basically what you do is you take this ultra scratch, ultra dirty record. So you put it in there. I'm gonna do it on the auto setting, but I wanted to do, so there's two settings. There's auto 1 and auto 2. It's just the length of the cycle.
How long is each cycle?
2 minutes or 5 minutes.
Okay.
I want to extra clean this thing. So the auto cycle does both the clean and the dry.
Oh,
so
it dries it too. Because that's the problem with the spin clean is like you take your record out and you wipe it with the fiber cloths that they give you.
Yeah.
But then like I put it
Eventually
in a
they
dish.
get saturated.
Yeah, they do. And you like I just put mine in a dish rack after, which feels like weird.
Anyway, this makes an awful sound.
That is a terrible noise.
Oh, boy, it sounds like TV static. Okay, so what it's doing right now is sucking the water out of the reservoir and sending it to the tank.
How's it gonna dry it?
It runs just like a little fan. Yeah, it's noticeably cleaner. It like we said, it's not gonna clean the scratches off, but it got all like the nasties that were on it. Let's try that easy.
You know what else is gonna be easy?
Microphones?
Cable managing your TV.
Oh, good luck. Have fun. Mr. Plouffe, you used to be on our podcast. Plouffe was on the first 100 episodes of Vinyl Verdict.
I was. So you bought much better microphones than when we were using, what, Shure 58s?
Yeah, we're usually, PG 48s or whatever, yeah.
So why the upgrade to these guys? Because these are really good.
So these are very nice podcasting microphones that should, in theory, improve the quality of the sound of the episode.
This is a test of the old PGA 48s. This is the intro on our new one. Welcome to Vinyl Verdict. I'm Jamie.
They won't improve the quality of the discussion, though. So that would require a host change again. So if you guys would like to listen to it, you can find it on most major services, including YouTube.
That's right.
It's at Vinyl Verdict on Spotify. These ones were recommended by Adam.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah. The MV7X is like the one Adam uses, except his has both USB-C and XLR. It doesn't really matter that it doesn't have USB-C because we connected to the Behringer. So it's a feature that would be lost on us. It costs an extra $50 to get the USB-C connector.
Wow, that monitor looks great.
Doesn't it though?
Actually does. That looks awesome. Damn. Damn, that's smooth.
Wow, that, yeah.
Go fight something.
Okay, let's go.
The night looks so good. Wow. Who needs to go outside at all? We can just look at outside on our computer screens.
You're onto something. You can market it. Everything looks way better on OLED. Nick was right.
Oh yeah, dude. So smooth. FPS.
Only 180 FPS.
But that's a lot. Rock solid 180 FPS. Like that frame consistency.
Let's build your city, Jamie.
Yes, let's build my little city.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Jamie, you want us to cable manage this. All right, so you only need this guy.
This guy and like the cables that attach to this.
And your PS5.
My PS5. So and then everything that's attached to the
So this
receiver.
whole stack.
Except for the network switch.
Except for the network switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't help noticing that you spent realistically the vast majority of your budget on train shit.
No. I spent $1,400 of the budget.
Because it seems like a lot more than that. Like this is $40, $83.
Yep.
I don't believe that this was $1,400. I mean, what about all this?
No, we added it up the other day. It was like $1,400.
Do you feel good about yourself right now?
No, I feel good.
Now, these are hand painted.
Yeah.
No assembly required. Completely ready to go. Does that not kind of defeat the purpose of this hobby?
I have zero patience for painting things.
I see.
So when I found out that they make those things fully assembled, I jumped on that.
Okay. For $83.
For $83, well, I didn't pay it. I didn't pay it. Thanks, Angie.
Spices.
Yeah?
Well, they're in spice jars.
Yeah, it's like Clubhouse, like when you go to the grocery store and you buy the big
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wait, no, they actually come in this.
Yeah.
So they literally just source exactly the ones.
Yeah, it's got the spoon on it and everything.
Yeah. Would you ever apply this with a spoon, this grass?
I don't think so. So the idea is that you're supposed to cast it out onto a sticky surface.
Just cast it out.
Yeah. The technical term is flocking. So I got a bunch of little buildings because I wanted to build a little town.
But you didn't want to build it, you just wanted to place it.
I just wanted to place it.
Right.
I wanted the fun part.
Right, yeah.
Which is the watching the train go around part.
Right. Do we get to do that today? Like,
Yeah, 100%. I set up the track last night.
Because I'm like super into that.
Okay.
Okay. But we have to place the buildings first. Do we glue the buildings down?
No, gravity holds them down.
Really?
Yeah.
What about these guys? Does gravity hold these guys down, or do we need to glue these guys?
We'd have to glue these guys.
Okay, but you sound like you don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that today.
Because that would be a commitment.
Yes.
He's not a commitment sort of guy.
I have to figure out where I want to put
You can't hold this guy down.
That's true.
Not with glue, not with anything. Well, you show me what we're doing today.
We're going to put all these buildings.
All right.
And they all get wired to this little hub.
Right, yeah.
And they have a little dimmer switch on them so that the lights light up. So that's what all the LED says. It has like a little lighthouse in all of them.
All right.
Or at least in most of them.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the town? I imagine it's in the lake.
You're half right.
So general store.
Oh no, they're in the lake.
So general store right there, right? Okay.
The lake is an actual, it's a resin, I guess. It's a two-part resin that Justin said the other day.
Cool.
And it's meant to look like water. You could actually get ripples like that you can put in it so that when the resin sets, it looks like there's like ripples in the lake.
Wow. You didn't do that though.
No.
Okay.
That was an advanced tech.
I like the rocks though. That's cool. See, I was just joking before. I would never put the general store in the lake. I put the
that's
Admiral store
absurd.
there.
Get over here. Swear pay you by the bad joke. Okay, so I cut a bunch of holes in the foam and I was gonna route all the wires to about here so that I think you can guess what in the lake. A winner every time.
And the best thing about putting things in the lake is right after you put something in the lake, it just goes to the bottom and you can put a new thing at the top of the lake.
Yeah, just keep stacking them.
Wow, Ethel's gasoline and service.
I just like how detailed these ones are.
Incredible.
So this one Phoenix is popular in multiple different hobbies because they make landscape and stuff. God, no, they're in the lake again.
I tried to put the mercantile bank in the lake because I figure you gotta have.
Well, the mortgages are underwater.
Yeah.
How'd you make out with my cable management? Again, I apologize.
You know, it looks not bad, Jamie, but we mostly just zip tied. It really did feel like a zip tie job or a cable tie job, and I think we actually did a pretty okay job of it. Yeah.
That's perfect because that's 1,000 times more than I was willing to do after work.
Absolutely.
Wow. These are so flippin' detailed, dude.
Yeah, it's a Canada Wheat car. So they make ones that are weathered too, so that they look like they've been run on the roads for like 1,000,000 years.
This print down here is not just like placeholder nonsense. It's actually, you can read it if you squint hard enough.
So the particular manufacturer of that car is a company called Intermountain, and they make very detailed cars like that with some really nice screen printing or screening on them like that.
Sure do. Hey, I thought you were done with the cable management.
Yeah, we went to cable manage under his desk, and I noticed two things. One, it's mostly metal, so it's really easy for MCN, right?
Oh, wow, that's great.
There's like 8 arches under here already that he's stolen from the office randomly
and he's not even
just
using.
didn't use it. Like there's one, there's another one, there's 3, 4, 5. I think that's it.
I didn't steal them. Forever. And then subsequently lost interest in cable matching.
These are freaking heavy.
That one actually cost a whole bunch of money when it was new. I didn't pay that much for it. I got them at the
a train auction.
No, it was just a general auction. But Justin painted one in the AMD colors, the AMD/LTT colors. If you want to see that, it's the
Oh, dude!
So
Advanced Micro Express. Let's go.
We bought it undecorated, so it was just body and
detail hand painting it. So I mean, I finger painted. I couldn't get shit for detail.
No, it's airbrush. There's multiple layers. So we used the tri-cut, and that's like the smallest you can make a thing in the tri-cut. I don't know. Yeah, and then what do they call it? Thank you.
Oh, LTT box car, let's go!
It's the only one like it in the entire world.
Because no one else has the skill to make it, or because no one else wants to?
No one else wants to. Shout out to Justin. He and I did basically all of this together last week, but it turned out really nicely.
And if you want some exclusive,
You handed me a bunch of cash one Christmas, and then I bought those.
Oh, right, that.
Yeah.
It was nothing. It was nothing weird. How many cars can one locomotive haul?
That guy can pull all of the rolling stock I have. Literally every car.
What about that one?
I don't know. I haven't tried it. It's brand new. Yeah. Got ready on draft.
3DB cash. That's the part I want to do.
You want to play with the pins?
Yeah, I want to play with the pins.
I want to play with the pins too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna play with the pins in a minute.
Okay.
But we have to get them all on the track.
Okay, I can get them all.
So all these trains I purchased with the help of the nice people. Well, no one went and got all these things, but the nice people at Intercity Trains and Hobbies, nice to have, they were all very helpful, and they fixed one of my trains. So helpful. And I really appreciated their help with this. They support local businesses. Yeah, indeed.
Don't push a train from the back. Works great on the race car, rear-wheel drive train.
There's an issue called string lining if you make a really long train, where instead of trying to go around a curve, the cars will try and go in a straight line and literally pull themselves right off the tracks.
Saw that.
I don't have this as part of my setup, but there's a thing called DCC, which is digital command control, where the locomotives and other things on your layout will have electronic control.
Oh, so they'll all go the same speed on the track and stuff?
That's right. And then you can also set it so that it has occupancy sensors so that it knows that a sector of the track is clear. And so another train can run in that space that is clear, or it knows that a train has crossed a threshold or whatever, and it'll trigger a switch depending on which locomotive does it. It's sort of like smart home, but for trains.
It's ready.
Come closer.
It's ready. Watch. See it works.
It's definitely not off the rails in multiple spots. You're right.
What? What do you mean?
We'll find out.
What are you talking about?
So this spot on the track here,
on the rails.
Well, this upgrade has got off the rails already.
I was just gonna say this whole video's off the rails.
What?
Is this why they spend so much time just like watching the trains go? Because they spend hours, if not days, trying to get it to work first?
I would say probably, but also because
he's never experienced it yet, so he's not sure.
It's true. It's for train set.
Let's go! Look at it go! Okay, we need more speed.
We gotta go faster.
We gotta go fast. We're the American train system now. How many conductors? 0. Woo! Let's go, buddy! Uh-oh. This is sick!
You like it?
This is crazy!
You understand why I spent $1,500?
No, not even a little, but this is... I'd love to go to someone else's house where they spent that money, and then I could look at it.
Well, you are in someone else's house where they spent that kind of money.
Yeah. Shout out A&B. You actually got a ton of value for your upgrade. New TV, upgraded gaming PC, better speaker setup for watching movies, new monitor. The bang for the buck for this upgrade has to be among the best I've seen, and then you bought a train set.
You know what's interesting, Gladys? I was at $4,983 or something like that. So I was like closest to the pin without going over.
Wow. Yeah. The price is right. Shout out AMD for sponsoring AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade. We'll see you at the next one. Sorry, I got distracted by the train. Go watch Artie's.
For Bridges.
He's very pro gambling. Oh yeah, go watch Bridges, the one person who stole more than Jamie.
I don't think that's true.
We haven't looked at your bedroom closet. I'm sure there's a fair bit of stuff there. Dude, look at it go! All right, welcome to Scrapyard Wars, where Luke and I try to build the best computers we can with a set of guidelines and a fixed budget. So this is our first episode. We're looking for a lot of feedback from you guys about what we can do to make these fun and interesting in the future. But for today's challenge, we are keeping it very simple. $300 cash, the very best gaming rig that we can build with a few rules. So number one is no monitor or other peripherals required. We only have to build the tower.
No worker research can be pre-done, so you can't like go on websites or Craigslist to try to find things before or in between.
Each participant gets a total of 8 hours to actually find everything, and then 4 hours to build it, tune it, and benchmark it. And I'm not paying any overtime on this, so we are staying inside those guidelines.
No leveraging friends, social media contacts, coworkers, or anything of that sort.
Overclocking is allowed. We'll be measuring performance of the machines using 3D Mark Firestrike Tomb Raider 2013.
Ender 3.
And along with the no peripherals thing, it's just a tower that you need no operating system or anything like that.
So let's get to it, shall we?
Scrapyard Wars.
Here we go. You have exceeded your daily transaction limit. Please take your receipt. I see. Decline. Okay then. I'm gonna go inside. I have the cashola. There you are.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go, shall we? Good luck. I should have known he'd never fall for that. I'm fairly sure he's going to waste time going back to the office. I brought a laptop with me, so I will begin immediately. I really hope it's charged.
There's a store somewhere in Vancouver. I think it's called Reboot. It's a non-for-profit little store thing that kind of refurbishes computers and sells computers and does kind of cheap repairs and stuff for people that need it. And I think if I can participate in this contest and support a company that tries to, like, they do really cheap computer repairs, and I know they try to, like, I think they do some charity giving computers to people and stuff. If I can help them out, get a cheap computer from them, and participate in the contest, then that's doing many things well at once. So I'm going to try and see if I can do that. I'm going to contact them, figure out what their hours are, and go from there.
Now we're rocking. Here.
Jesus.
All right, so should we start on Red Flag Deals? Used to be a haunt for me. I used to find a lot of good stuff there. The Linus Tech Tips, buy, sell, trade, that Craigslist. Oh, that. No, we're not allowed to leverage friends. This is where the like montage music has to come in. Dun, 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 dun. Just buy a laptop. That might be the best we can do. And then this guy also had a hard drive for $20.
Oh, he likes the desert.
Does he? Okay, good. Excellent.
That means literally nothing. So an Intel Core 2 Duo with 80 gigabyte hard drive. Oh god, and 2 gigabytes of RAM. For $50 though. So you need $250 for your graphics card. I'm gonna give them a call. This is why we don't make TV shows. There seems to be a pretty significant drop in price once you get to Core 2 Duo range. So I'm looking for that because I think that'll be fine for most of the games. It'll fall behind a bit for sure on Tomb Raider.
Are they going to come to concede defeat? Where are they going? They're not allowed to take out more money. Oh, they're trying to film things better than just pointing the camera in the car. How weird is that?
That seems unnecessary.
Whoa, this could be... Oh, is this that same freaking guy? Well, he has a case. He has a CX500 power supply, too. If I hear back from this guy, I don't think Lou's going to think to check Kijiji. Okay, 45, and then this is a combo, and then this is a combo. Ooh, computer cases with power supplies and other hardware. Phone calls only, please. All right, here we go. Hi, you have a Craigslist listing for computer cases with power supplies, $10 or something? So, do you have anything reasonably new with a 24-pin power supply and compatibility for a micro ATX board, like some kind of standard board, or is it all going to be non-standard, like Dell HP stuff? That's an Athlon? Oh, okay. That's a little older than I need. I'm looking for an entry-level gaming PC. If you can just tell me what CPUs, the systems that you have. I'm very familiar with the hardware. I know what I'm looking for. I just need to know what you have.
I can give you a contact with somebody who can tell you the part.
Oh, okay. That might actually be very helpful.
What's your name?
My name's Linus.
Well, if you want to build a tower, gaming tower, so then you need a tough motherboard, fast processor, but you realize that one. Okay,
Today, I want to find my platinum. And then tomorrow, essentially, I want to spend the entire time finding the best possible on a GPU. That's like my whole plan tomorrow. I just found another computer. Same like 450 watt power supply, which is probably fine. 4 gigs of RAM, so that's a slight improvement there. 4 gigs of RAM, that's probably good enough. And then an E8400 again. Kind of surprised he hasn't just tried to like leave and go into some little computer shop and get them to give him a deal because of that was my forest tradition the whole time. And then he put out the rule that we can't use our influence. I was like, wow, because that's exactly what I expected him to do. So now I'm not sure how he's going to cheat. I just know that he's going to.
I never cheat at all. You know what we should do? Is we should look really excited when we pull out. And we should look like we're heading somewhere, okay? We'll give them a little farewell beep beep. You know?
I don't even know how to use Craigslist. First stop is going to be the Salvation Army thrift store. This isn't a computer. I'm scared. That was bad. That was really bad. I hope Linus's time is not going better. If I just throw the car under a semi, we'll be okay. We can avoid judgment at the end of the contest when we have no computer because there's no computers at thrift shops and Linus magically found something on Craigslist. I'm hoping that they don't have like computer savvy employees, so they might undervalue a certain tower compared to another one. Like they might price 2 of them at the same price, and one of them is actually clearly better. Fingers crossed. Is this literally over somewhere?
Hi, I'm actually contacting a few guys that are selling computer parts. May I ask which one?
You got the phone number on
Gilbert.
Yeah, that's right. Hi. I'm just generally looking for everything right now. I don't have any of the components locked in, and I need to get everything by about midday tomorrow for birthday presents. What would you be looking at for something like a Q6600 and a board?
or something like that. It's like $80.
Still leaves me needing case power supply. Do you have any like super cheapo stupid stuff? Yeah, case and power supply. Okay, I'm not worried about the case looking great. He doesn't see real well.
Well, I can build a power supply case for 200.
For the 200? You know what? I will call you back before the end of your shop time today. So I'll call you back in the next hour or so, and I'll let you know if I'm going to come by tomorrow morning and pick this stuff up. Sounds like this might be the deal that helps me out here. All right, thank you very much. Take care. It's worthwhile to listen to that life story after all. We might have just gotten everything in a video card with a $100 budget for a graphics card uploaded.
back from the guy that I actually wanted to respond the most. This was the guy with the 8400 that had 4 kilowatts of DR3 as well. 500 gigabyte hard drive. It's not the greatest price, but that's an option. He's available right now, which is good. So I need to figure out if I can get what I can get for a graphics card for 220 bucks. If I can get something good enough, which I think I can, I think I'll go with it.
Linus speaking.
Oh, hi, you know me about
Yes, I did.
Oh, hi, it's nice to meet you. I'm actually a fan of yours.
Okay, I gotta be upfront with you. I can't leverage being me as a negotiation strategy. So you have to pretend that I'm not who I am.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, sorry, but...
So I don't need a water-cooled card. I need an air-cooled card, which means that since I don't have any budget left over for the rest of the system, I pretty much have to get an all-in-one liquid cooler for $100 minus whatever I pay for your card. So that's where I'm at. I have got no leads on an all-in-one liquid cooler, and I have to have this done by the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay, well, have you looked on Craigslist for, like, because there's another guy who's selling the Soundman cooler.
Is there now?
Pardon?
Is there?
Yes, there is the one guy with the $20 Soundman cooler for the 580.
I see that.
Because that would be just like an additional 20 bucks on top of my card.
Yeah, can you do 80?
Sure, yeah, I guess I could, yeah.
Okay. Can I pick it up? Can I pick it up today or tomorrow?
How about tomorrow?
Can I come tomorrow morning?
There's the goal finally.
Yeah, sounds good. Where do you want to meet up?
You're in Richmond, correct?
No, I'm in Burnaby, actually.
You're in Burnaby.
Yeah, I can meet, like, where can you meet, actually?
I think I'm gonna be in Burnaby anyway. Like I'm doing a bit of computer hardware pickup stuff tomorrow, so I'll be around. So tell you what, why don't you just pick somewhere safe near wherever it is you live, like a Starbucks or whatever, and then just let me know. You've got my number, so if you just text me the address and what time works for you, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Sure. Awesome, sounds good, then I'll do 80. Sounds good.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Can I get an autograph? Just wondering.
That would be no problem.
Alright, thanks. Well, talk to you later then.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay,
I can't believe
we
you
have
got
secured
that
a
cold
GTX
cut.
580.
Holy
for
crap!
$80. If they can get a slightly faster CPU than us, like maybe an 1155 Core i5 quad core, something along those lines, even if they have a slightly lesser video card, they may still come out ahead. If they get a similar video card, better CPU, then we're in real trouble. But basically, this is gonna... I need to make sure our power supply has support for GTX 580. That's a pretty powerful card. Hopefully, spinning their wheels finding nothing.
Alright, so I got the computer, everything works, it booted it up for me. I got to inspect everything, it's fine. I didn't haggle them down anymore, so I got it for 80 bucks, which I think is fine. We'll have to see what Linus got, but that seems like an okay deal for an 8400 to me. The inside is really nice and clean, so I was happy to see that. Looks like he took good care of it, or at least took good care of it right before I got it. I'm not entirely sure which one, but anyways. Kind of baller RAM, I didn't expect this. Okay, maybe not actually baller, but it's gold-plated, well not really gold-plated, gold-painted OCD memory, which I thought was kind of funny. There's the E8400, the fan, CPU fan and everything is in immaculate condition, which is great. Let me get this back in here, one quick second. Thought it was kind of funny, the optical drive isn't even hooked up, but I wouldn't use it anyways, so. The power supply though, is kind of like the most sketchy balls thing ever. It's a PowerLink 450 watt, but I don't know. There's no PCIe power whatsoever. There's two Molexes though. So
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
I'm gonna feel like a real bad dude, but I might have to bail on those guys and take the better offer. The problem is that now I have to go get it tonight, which means I might have to take like the kids with me. So did we decide about going to get things tonight? I can't. Well, that's very interesting then. I have a call to make.
Also, you can't do any more pigs listing stuff. You have to 6. So get off the computer. You're cheating already.
I'm not cheating.
You're cheating right now.
Replying to a message. There was a. Okay, I had to do other stuff. I've been back here for a bit. I had to like record a voiceover and stuff. No, have I been here? Have I been working?
Is there actual? Oh, I don't know, Linus.
Wow.
Dicks.
Hey, Linus, Terrence got that big 4K monitor. Can I have that now?
Oh. This is new board head.
And that's not 4K. Sorry, I can't come down to get anything tonight, so I might have to pass. If anything changes, I will give a call tomorrow to let you know. If it comes to that, then if it's not too much to ask, maybe take the card out with you, and I could come to you wherever you happen to be, because it's a bit of a scavenger hunt situation I've got going on. Thanks. My number is
31010 Pizza Hut.
Good night. There. I'm done for the night. There. That's all I'm doing tonight.
Next time on Scrapyard Wars, Linus gets a tetanus shot, Luke gets mugged, and Nick lights a dingo.
No, you bloody dingo?
None of that actually happens. Or does it? Previously on Scrapyard Wars.
$300 cash? The very best gaming rig that we can build.
Seems like an okay deal for an 8400 computer to me.
Someone just accepted our offer for $100 on a 7950. Sorry, I can't come down to get anything tonight, so I might have to pass. If anything.
And now the conclusion. Or part of it.
I've got a 500 watt Antec power supply that we're headed to pick up right now. And then the R9 290 I got for 180. So that's actually pretty sweet. We will go pick that up later.
Did he say 290? Is that fast?
What's a graphics card?
Okay, so it's day 2 of our search, and we've got to find out where our destination is. So I'm not exactly sure where we're going. Okay, I have the address for our first appointment on my laptop, which battery is low. Scrap yard. There we go. Now we are good. Okay, I really hope that's not it. I think it might be. Holy crap, this is some sketch. Okay, so this is 5332. Holy crap. This is some sketchy beans. No parking. How are they parking? Where did this door go?
I don't know. There's some blood in there.
Hello. Are you
Santa?
Hi, I'm Linus. Nice to meet you. This is Nick. He can turn off the camera if you want. That's fine. Well, our contact here got us pretty hooked up, actually. He had the whole thing running on a test bench to show that it booted up and had core temp, CPU Z installed and everything, so we could validate that everything's good to go. So this is an EK35 DS3R, a pretty decent little board. It's got an extra chip on there for SATA 2 RAID. We've got 8 gigs of what appears to be mix and match. So we've got half Samsung, half Kingston DDR2 800. There's a Q6600 on there with a cooler. And then we also just thrown in, got what appears to be the remains of a Freezer 7. I think we can make use of that with
with an extra fan or something along those lines. And then we also got an EarthWatt 500-watt power supply, which was better than I was expecting. I actually didn't know what model of power supply we were going to get, but this has got two PCIe 6-pin connectors on it. So that means that powering our graphics card later isn't going to be a problem at all. And then I thought we were getting a 500 gig hard drive, and we actually ended up with a 1 terabyte hard drive. So, oh yeah, right in the case. So there were a few sort of Master Elite class options, or there was a Silverstone TJ04 that happens to be missing a couple of day covers. Well, I have some day covers. We got a card reader, a floppy drive. Yeah, baby. So, oh, and look, the Vancouver Olympic mascots. That was a bonus. I didn't even have to pay extra for that. All right, so I'm feeling pretty good. We just need the rest of this data as well. Still need a graphics card.
So I just got my Antec Basic Power 500-watt continuous power supply, which is exactly what I was looking for. Looks like it's in good shape, clean, happy with all that kind of stuff. While I was talking to the guy, though, I was like, yeah, thanks for doing this. Like, I know it's really short notice because I just emailed them this morning and it was dad or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's been an interesting day. Someone's just here picking up a case and power supply like 20 minutes ago. What? Who do you think that is? There's like no way that isn't Linus.
Except it wasn't.
Man, we were probably so close. Oh, that would have been so funny if we were picking stuff up at the same time. Anyways, let's go get some lunch. 'Cause, you know, we're having a chill day. They're probably freaking out driving everywhere.
So I had multiple leads on 7950s for $100, and then I actually ended up with 2 GTX 580s lined up for $100. I decided I wanted 7950s, so I bailed on all the
That's
580s.
what I'm saying.
I got back to what looked like a very promising 7950
assembler.
and then heard nothing. So this guy, who's actually going to be on different job sites today, but I asked him very nicely yesterday to bring it with him in case I need it, I'm going to try and track him down next, after we go meet up with the guy who I promised t-shirts to. Technically, I don't think we're allowed to use anything that we didn't get. But Luke will never know that I used my own,
How is this not automated?
We can always just live it.
Oh, wait.
Yes, it's right in there. Well, so we just arrived to meet up with them. I was trying to figure out how to tell them I don't have the right shirt. Turns out I did grab the right shirts. We do have Linus Tech Tip shirts, so this will be a lot more successful than it otherwise would have been. Ah, hello, gentlemen. Nice to meet you. Sorry I wasn't able to take the card, unfortunately, but so I found a 7950, which gives me about a 10% edge in GPU performance, so I gotta take it. My plan for this, if I didn't get the Zalman, was I was just gonna rip the block off and use like a stock Intel heatsink on the GPU core or something, which would have been awesome. It's like super ghetto, but I found the 7950, so I kind of had to take it. But you had said you wanted me to sign something as well? I brought a silver pen. Smartass. There. The real Linus. Alright. Since I showed up and didn't buy anything, actually. Alright, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. We've got to get to our next appointment here, and I'm gonna go get like a hot chocolate or something, but I'll see you guys later.
Wow. Because we're not 5 minutes into the night. It is now 1:40. We were supposed to be here at 1:15. So, he just texted me saying he'll be here in 1 minute. But they're like, it's fine, I guess. 1:45. I got it, he's too late, we gotta go. I don't like it when people are late. I especially don't like it when they're that late. And when I like clearly stated that it was important and I needed to go early.
7950 guy said he'd call us back in 10 minutes, and that was 18 minutes ago. Now, the guy we just met with, that we gave the t-shirt to, he has the 580 hydrocopter. So what I'm thinking, I haven't seen him leave yet. Not that I was parked outside a Starbucks, like, talking somewhere. I haven't seen him leave yet. So if I don't hear back from the 7950 guy, that's our backup. And we take that, and then we try and get that Summon Clear guy again, and we go for it, because that's down in Richmond. Kind of far, but definitely doable. Is Linus speaking? Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour as well. There you are. Let's have a look at our spoils. As long as it works, this will be the only piece we haven't validated. This is a pretty beefy looking card. This is a mostly rear exhaust style card. So it's got
Okay, I'm gonna knock this out here as soon as I get to the other side.
Piece right here. All right. I am feeling good. I don't know if this is technically cheating because it's just an aesthetic thing, but I'm gonna try and find some aluminum faceplates. I actually have some boxes of random junk that I'm taking to the office. This is like a $40 piece that realistically I wasn't. Luke's not gonna believe I salvaged or got for nothing. These are what I actually need. Alright, so I'm thinking we'll do the build off in here. So one person will take this desk surface, and then the other person will set up a couple desks here, and then we can use our pile of computer cases to construct like a wall like a barrier, so that neither of us can see what the other is doing. So we've been back at HQ already for like 2 hours, and Luke and Brandon are nowhere to be seen. They said we can start building at 3. So given that it's 2:30 right now, we're pretty close. So let's get set up. This is going to be awesome. That's what I said before we turned the camera on, and now we're doing it again. It's fake, but it is what I legitimately said. So is it fake? I don't know. No one knows. Okay, so are we doing the car show off? Oh, even though we have no alcohol and no cleaning cloths, I found this napkin on the floor. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't have a model number. Maybe this is an unreleased processor. I guess it has a model number. So there's our CPU. It's going to be a phenomenal performer. Here's our RAM. Okay. Here's our other RAM. All right. Here's our third set of RAM. Our fourth set of RAM. And our 8th set of RAM.
And our 12th set of RAM. He's got a little bit of a viewing port back there. I gotta be careful. He can see around that corner quite easily. And he's a little rascally devil. Gotta be careful with that one.
That's the sound of a quality side panel being dropped right there. I would only drop it like that if I wasn't worried about damaging it because I have so many cases.
I bought 6 cases. I thought that would probably be about par.
Yeah, you probably only bought 6 cases because you're going to need 6 cases to end up with a fully functional one.
Yep.
Next time on Scrapyard Wars, Luke runs out of gas in a bad part of town. Nick fights the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, I just don't really like freedom.
This is kind of neat. I have cable managed this case a good dozen or 2 times before. This is actually a case with which I am intimately familiar. So I'm pretty excited about the opportunity to work in it again. It's been quite some time. Now it does have toolless views here, but they are not exactly the world's most elegant system.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup. Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make. Because they are. Warning. Fix-It psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental and physical strain of your responsibilities and simply continuing to be productive. Hard work has repeatedly proven to be the best cure for any kind of stress. Now back to work.
He just isn't cleaning the stuff because he didn't find an advantage rag like I did.
Yeah, see, advantage rags are not real. So, Linus is obviously in a stage of denial at the moment.
If it wasn't real, how could I hold it in my hand? Or we can try and jury-rig this. Well, we can take this off without damaging it, without too much. I think we should go for it. I think
Start to see what this chip is capable of. See what this board is capable of.
I hear them whispering, as if that'll help. I mean, the shopping stage is done, Luke, so, you know, the fact that you have crap hardware, no amount of keeping it secret is gonna keep it secret forever, and then I'll tease you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
Shoot, I hope this has the right mounting number. Okay, so he's a little more silver. So maybe a little check. This could be that. So here we go. Oh! That's some good stuff right there. I forgot this. I don't have time for these shenanigans at this point in the competition. Because winners do not consort with people who don't win as hard. Don't consort. That's right. Shoot. Got it in there once. Therefore I can do it again. And that is why I have 2 children. Yeah, the only one around here with proof of his virility.
How do you know?
Because your mother would kill you.
Hey, good point. No, he's right.
You'd be dead.
Yeah.
You'd actually be dead.
Yeah.
Did we bring out any zip ties?
No, but there might be some in the screw bin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Right there. Fantastic. Oh, I'm feeling good today. Yeah, man. My mini wheats are like, I ate them, I crapped them out. I ate them again, I took a picture, put it on Instagram. This was a real score. Like, this was probably worth a good chunk of the budget right there. Coming along just nicely. Why don't you get the hell out of here? Spy?
We don't hate you over here. We accept your kind.
Yeah, losers are stuck hanging out with the other losers. This is real good. This is trustworthy. That's the difference between this and snakes in the plastic.
All right, now we did specifically say that there would be demerit points for leaving the garage. And I don't need to leave the garage, but I do need to walk over here. So I'm averting my eyes. Burkle will hold this box. Or Taryn, is he still here? Okay, well Burkle will supervise me. Here, I see my blinders? Okay, I got my blinders on. This box right here is called the fun box because there's a chair on top of it for some reason. See, this is something Luke would leave in favor.
Well, we really need it. It's not terrible.
Nice one of these. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's get the oh yeah moment. There we go. Alright. Is he got a system fired up over there? I hear keyboard instruments.
No, not at all. I didn't finish installing all my drivers like half an hour ago. Oh, what's that sound? Is that a hard drive? Oh, interesting.
Well, I wouldn't know what a hard drive sounds like. I mean, I'm all solid state over here, man.
Let's see.
Here we go. Change to 340. We go boot fire.
Okay, here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Small problem. I mean, it's not a big problem, it's just a small one. Okay. Oh yes. Oh yes. We got this. This is good. So, I don't think we have that. We don't. I wonder what we can get out of this baby. Wow, it's been a really long time. We're not going to quite go for that. Go for about that. And go for about that. Instead of aiming for like ultimate, why don't we aim for like high?
I think we should go ultimate.
You want to go ultimate?
Yeah.
Well, that tells me
max possible settings in every game.
that tells me a lot about the way you weighted your system. I don't know how much it'll show on screen, but
Don't look at my screen.
oh, okay. Wow, this takes a while to load.
I opened after there was press enter and it's back.
Alright. Yeah.
There she goes.
Oh, come on! You take your attempts. I'll shut her down. It looks like I might need to dial back thing. No, that's 2 crashes.
I wasn't mentioning it. You said that like it was it's all horrible. Don't worry, I can go. Start, go. My computer's better in the room. It's like a motor engine. I gotta get a piece of that in. I might be blaming you for this. What happened?
I did nothing.
Oh, whenever I open XP, last night.
I haven't touched it. Unless I came back here in the middle of the night, I've been supervised the entire time I've been here. has an FPS counter on it. I guess we're gonna see my score, so we might as well check it out. Oh, that artifact. Does that count against me?
I don't know.
Frankly, I can't tell. Oh no, there's some. Oh, okay. All right, I think we have to call this one off. Okay. Seriously? Seriously? Well, I think I know something about this system. I'm fairly sure that's a reference to it. That is a sound I've heard before. It has a particular tonality to it.
What? That doesn't seem that. It's not running in a whole. Alright, so. How was yours here?
That's looking higher. You still have to learn actual games. Don't be too smart. This is a graphics benchmark.
I'm just happy I won one of them. I like a lot. Like 2 times? Is that how that math works? I think that was like 2 times.
Oh yeah. That's a crash. Unless your FPS is 1600,
it's just
1900, 2200 and counting, 2600 and counting. Do you see this clear glitching? Clear
100 times?
Glitch exploit?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get to 200 times. In a couple seconds here.
All right, why don't you go ahead and shut that down, and I'll take a run at this. This is the physics test. Yeah, you didn't know there was a physics test. They just suck at it. So 5866 is the mark to beat. The first successful run. That's still higher. It's not as higher. Still higher. That hard drive is horrible. Everything's kind of working properly.
Did it start locking though? I feel like it started locking. Because remember, yeah, it was counting FPS. Look at my signs.
There's a Terry.
But look at the signs. Oh,
You're still flickering.
Not nearly as much. I'm not saying it was actually flickering.
All right, here we go. Physics test.
So what were you getting here? 17 or something?
What have you got?
57.45.
All right. What the hell is this? Yeah, just run it. Just run it. Oh, I'm not going to listen to that. Average FPS 66.6, minimum 46.96. That's a pretty respectable minimum. I don't know how bottlenecked you're going to be there.
I'm guessing 73.
73? You're going to get... You know, I'm going to guess minimum 58. Yeah, I'm not going to guess that. Whoa! Oh, son! Son, you just got wrecked. Okay, so here's the results. min 39, average 63.3. Here's Linus's results. Min 56. Whoa, average 82.1. All right. Oh, wow. I originally thought you had a 7950. Now I'm pretty sure you have a 7970, which means you spend about half of your budget on your graphics card, I think. I know for sure you have a Really? I know for sure you have a dual core GPU because you got absolutely destroyed. You must have DDR2. And I think you've got 4 gigs of RAM. How did you get a 290? The thing that's going to blow your mind though, I have a 26600. Yeah, and that RAM and the dual core, I think was... The dual core is a little rough, but I Yeah, I got a quad core. I got a quad core. So really the big winner would have been probably a combination of the two. They could get a 290, a Q6600, 8 gigs of RAM, a good quality power supply, an aluminum fronted case.
If we took my card out of my system and put it in here, which is what that would have been, that would be a pretty steep machine for $380. And that's still cheaper than all the consoles we looked at, and you could still buy 1 or 2 games to equal the console price.
I mean, I think for $300, if you can build a rig like this, then guys, like there is at the, you know, it's funny. And I guess we'll make this the conclusion for this. We get this a lot where people criticize us for focusing really on the high-end stuff and the brands that make the most sense at the high end. And they ask us, well, why is that? There's such great value stuff out there on the low end. And the answer is that if either of us were going to build a $500 machine, we would do this. We wouldn't be buying new.
I would have done exactly what I did for the graphics card, try and find one that I can get which shouldn't be that cheap, and then I would have not rush purchased that setup because it came with this terrible motherboard.
Because if you're smart and you're a good shopper, both of us were doing this at the same time with only 48 hours to turn around all of these deals.
It used to be that we had 7 or 8 hours to contact people and pick up things.
And like go get them. Yeah. We ended up with machines that we could easily resell for more than what we paid. Yeah. And to match this performance, buying new from the store would cost at least 50% more or more. So there you go, guys. Used hardware, good value. This was fun. But you got wrecked.
All right, guys,
you
we're
got
gonna take a
wrecked,
small
son.
break.
That quad core, man.
Wow.
So thanks for watching, guys. This has been the very first round of Scrapyard Wars. We have lots of great ideas coming for this series. Let us know in the comments if you want to see more. Let us know how you like the format. It's a little different than anything else we've done. Don't forget to subscribe, and we'll see you guys again next time.
From the smallest to the biggest brisket in the world, today we're cooking every exotic brisket. What I have in front of me is the craziest assortment of meat we've ever seen on this channel.
Gasoline mixed with burnt dirt from the yard.
Let's get started. This is a regular beef brisket, the king. Once cooked, it is extremely juicy, the best of the best. This will be our North Star as we explore how these exotic briskets compare. Believe it or not, we are starting out with the coyote brisket. At just 0.33 pounds, it is the smallest brisket of the day. It's literally the same size as a cantaloupe. Crack her open, first time seeing a coyote brisket. That is almost as bad as the hog bladder we cooked recently. How it smells. This is the thinnest piece of meat I think I've ever seen. That's how you know it's fresh. Still got some coyote hair. So today we have 2 of each animal's brisket. The first is a control which will be cooked traditionally like a normal Texas barbecue beef brisket. Seasoning with salt and pepper, smoking low and slow until exactly 175 Fahrenheit kernel or wrapping. Then continuing to cook until 200 Fahrenheit kernel or pepper. Then finally letting it. These are the exact steps we use to make the traditional brisket, so it's what we're going to do each time. Now for the non-controlled briskets, we have something extremely special planned for each, starting off by turning this bad boy into a coyote brisket. And I'll get started on the farm. Historically, when we've tried coyote on this channel, it was excessively creamy, so I'm hoping that soaking the flavorful brine will neutralize those. And we'll let this soak for a few days. It has been exactly 2 good. Yeah, to be honest, kind of looks like a weird Frankenstein experiment, but as the video progresses, the briskets will get even crazier until we finally get to a brisket that costs over $2,000. They're nice and dry, and I will say the extremely off-putting smell is muted. A little bit of trimming here. There's so much silver skin, almost peel some of it away. And now to give ourselves the best chance of success, I'm actually going to roll this up. Hopefully it'll keep any of the juices that might be in there. Have it good for you. And I'll just tie it up. This here is a pastrami. There's no salt in this rub. It's just going to give it really nice color and real heavy on the seasoning. Any opportunity to cover up that coyote flavor, or smallest brisket of the day, meet smallest smoker of the day. I give you the Mini Smokemaster 5000. In with the charcoal, and forget about that applewood. In with that beautiful coyote pastrami, and we'll let that smoke. And just like that, it's been a little over 3.5 hours. Our coyote pastrami is pro tender, and it should. I mean, this thing is absolutely tiny, but for reference, this is 100 times smaller than the biggest brisket. That is not looking very appetizing. It's almost like a weird looking meat twinkie. Just like we've learned to never the coyote pastrami resting. It is finally time to slice it. Here she is. To be honest, this is a sad looking crust. If I'm being real, the color doesn't look bad at all. It almost reminds me of like really juicy jerky, but it is pretty flimsy. And let's check out that crust. Okay, so obviously this is way too thin, but am I crazy for
Hey, everything's happy for right now.
See for what it is. I mean, that is full of.
I'm gonna take a break.
If you look really close, there's even a little smoke. There's also a little leftover hair. What? Lie down. You can even see the seam of fat between the point and the flat, just like you find on a beef brisket. Needless to say, that does not pass the bend test. We are completely horizontal. Questionable if this coyote brisket is going to be good, but what is unquestionably badass is this brand new Dalstrong knife. I want one of you guys to have it, so one subscriber who drops a comment is going to get chosen, and who knows, you might get lucky. Hey guys, I just thought of a funny challenge. For each of these animals, I want both of you guys to give me your best impression of what they sound like. Whoever gets the most amount of animals right is a free, all expenses paid trip to Miami Beach.
No way.
On me.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Start with coyote.
That was pretty good. Ow, 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 ow. I think it's like kind of like a hyena. It's like, oh, oh.
The real one sounds like this. All right, guys, I hope you're hungry. Let's start.
This smells terrible.
Oh my god.
Don't judge a book by its smell. That could kill somebody. That might be dangerous.
Gasoline mixed with burnt dirt from the yard.
It tastes like the bird section of the pet store. But I will say what's crazy is it looks like a brisket. You see the flat and you see that fat seam.
If there was a pro, the texture's interesting. It's a tender beef jerky.
Yeah, the texture actually didn't bother me.
The milk is too.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the non-control. Can we agree that it's 17.5 times better than control?
1,000,000% better, but then once you start chewing it, you actually get the real flavor, and it is just so bad.
I'm never eating this again.
We are starting with an F, and there's no question.
I want someone in the comments to genuinely tell me if they've had good coyote, because people always say, oh, you didn't cook it right, this, that. There is no chance this tastes good in any dish.
Next up, we have lamb at just 0.41 pounds. It's, of course, still significantly smaller than a regular brisket. However, if you look closely, you can see some familiar muscles. I'm not positive, but I believe this is the flat, whereas this section here is the more fatty and rich one. It even has that layer of fat over the top that we're used to seeing with brisket. Like always for the control, we'll get it seasoned up, and we'll get it on the smoke. And for our non-control, we have something very unique. We're actually going to attempt to make lamb brisket prosciutto. It's a two-step process that starts by curing in essentially just salt and sugar, getting it completely covered. And into the fridge she goes. Just like that, it's been 24 hours, and it should be good to go. Come over our buried treasure. Definitely a bit wet to the touch. It's just so thin though, I'm sure that salt is fully penetrated. Now I'm just gonna briefly rinse it off in some water to remove the excess salt. Now I'm just going to, as tightly as possible, roll this up. Really want to avoid any air pockets that could lead to like bacteria growth. And we'll just tie it up to keep it all nice and tight. If it all consolidated into one nice package, I'm hoping it'll dry out easily. I'll just square up the outside, just make all that. As well as these flaps here, I feel like they could be a source of bacteria growth. That looks pretty good. We got it attached to its hook and into the curing machine. Well guys, it has been 2.5 extremely long weeks. I think our lamb brisket prosciutto is, over the past 2.5 weeks, it's lost about 25% of its weight, which honestly is on the lower end of what it needs to lose to still be edible. So we'll see how this goes. It's now very firm to the touch, but most interesting to me is it looks like it's actually developed some white mold, which should actually be a sign that this worked well. I am blown away by how this appears to have turned out. Cutting extremely thin like you would any other cured meat, and before we give it a taste, let's check on that control. It only took 2.5 hours to reach its target temp, but the bark looks good. Slicing into it, the smoke ring is basically as thick as the entire brisket. Take some more slices of the flat, and just like a regular beef brisket, we'll twist the point, slicing it against the grain. It's just wild how the anatomy is the exact same, but like a fraction of the size. Not gonna lie, it actually looks kind of juicy. Sophia, what does a lamb sound like?
That's a weak sauce lamb. It's like, it's a sheep.
What's the difference between a lamb and a sheep?
I have literally.
This should be a thing.
Meat to bark ratio is really good.
All bark, no bite.
There is a way stronger bark, almost like jerky, but still very tender on the inside. It's unique and I really like it.
I agree. It's very
lamb brisket prosciutto. That is fantastic.
It is a tad bit salty, but honestly the texture is really great. It reminds me exactly of like a pepperoni or prosciutto, and that fat to meat ratio is great.
When I first saw all that fat, I thought it'd be way too gamey, but it just melts in your mouth.
I mean, I don't like it, but I don't hate it. I think crisped up in the pan, it might be really good actually. Kind of like lamby bacon, if you will.
If you like lamb, you'll definitely like these.
That right there is an egg. And next up, we got beaver brisket. Just an incredibly gamey smell to it. Sort of reminds me of the coyote, except it's a bit bigger, still quite thin. My thought is what we're looking at here is basically the whole chest section. There's that extremely thin part on the side. It's a little bit thicker over here, which I assume is more of like the traditional brisket muscle. If you look super close, we even have a little hair on here. Be sure to save that for Kyle.
Save what for Kyle?
And we'll season up the control with salt and pepper. We'll get it on the smoker and move on to our non-control, where we're attempting a beaver brisket sausage. And for this one, we'll need to grind, as well as we'll be needing some hog casings. You guys might remember in a recent video, we used hog bladder to cook chicken. This is a different part of the digestive tract, the intestines. Ooh, it smells a lot less bad than the hog bladder, but it's still pretty rough. It kind of smells like blue cheese. Either way, we gotta let them soak. And we'll grind. Because this beaver is so lean, I am adding a bit of pork fat to the mix. It should not only help with juiciness, but also hopefully help with flavor, because honestly, I have no idea how this beaver meat is gonna taste. I have to say, it does look a lot more appetizing now that it's ground up, but I will say the grinding process definitely brought out the smell. It's very, very intense. We'll hit it with salt, along with a variety of classic German sausage seasonings like mace, marjoram, garlic, and nutmeg, finishing with some water to help tie those proteins together. And I give you the Meat Master. This thing has handled a lot of meat in its day, but beaver is a first. We'll load her up, and we'll see if we can successfully insert. Oh yeah, get on in there, boy. This is nasty work, but someone's got to do it. And let's crank. Oh yeah. Fire up. I have to say, I am very happy. Just some simmering water to help bring it up to temp, followed by a hot and fast sear to get some nice color. Whoa! Just like that, it should be good to go. nice golden brown color. You can see some of those seeds in there. I mean, if you didn't tell me this was beaver, I'd think this was a perfect looking sausage. But that doesn't necessarily mean it'll taste as good as it looks. But of course, we can't forget about our beaver control brisket, and this is what it looks like. Extremely thin, but it actually has a smoke ring. I believe we have the flat on the bottom, the seam of fat between, very thin point above. Slices of the point, you can see what it looks like, but we'll have to see how it tastes. Guess what beaver sounds like?
Swimming on their back and they're like,
That's what you can say. That's pretty good. An actual beaver sounds like this. Let's start with the control.
I feel like I just took a scoop of scum from the bottom of a swamp and shoved it in my mouth.
pond scum. That's all I get. It's like licking the side of a really dirty fish.
All right, well, let's move on to the non-control. I think you guys will enjoy this. I love it. I don't love it.
Dude, I want to throw up. I actually think the texture is not very good. It's a good sausage. It's horrible. It's so bad.
Like the textures and then the herbs and then like you get a bunch of pond scum.
Like F minus.
Negative G.
Exactly. And next up is llama brisket. So gamey with concentrated brass barn. It's hard to say what on here is the actual brisket. It's clearly many different cuts, covered by that thick layer of silver skin on both sides. I believe this is the brisket flat. You have the grain running this way. It changes over to some grain running that way, which I assume is the brisket point, but it is very difficult to tell with the anatomy on this one. Even got a little llama hair on there. That's There's this exorbitantly thick layer of silver skin on this one side. You know that no matter what, if I left this on, it would. For our non-control, the spirit of llamas originating from South America, we're turning them into perhaps the best tasting things popular from the region, and we're not. All that silver skin removed, we're left with some beautiful product. Now let's try that. Llama appears to be incredibly clean. Ground up looks very similar. I learned how to make the greatest empanada of all time from my buddy Al from Argentina. He basically just cooks out vegetables, seasoning with a variety of flavorful ingredients, as you can browning up meat and continuing to layer on seasoning to try and cover up the questionable llama. I mean, we're adding tons of spices, but I'm telling you, it smells like very intense BO. Okay, with it all cooked through, now we'll let it completely cool. Now let's assemble our llama empanadas, otherwise known as lampanadas. Adding a healthy dollop of that filling to the wrapper, and then sealing with this twist and folding technique, which leaves us with this picture-perfect looking final product. To do this as authentically as possible, we are of course using lard for our oil, gently adding those lampanadas to fry until we achieve some perfect golden brown perfection. If there's anything that'll make llama taste good, it's gonna be this. So honestly, I'm feeling very optimistic. Let's check on our llama control brisket. Honestly, I am not feeling very good about this one. For one, it has an extremely potent, gamey smell to it. It's also extremely thin, very dry looking. Though I will say it does have a nice, beautiful mahogany color to it. Let's slice into it. Oh, what am I looking at here? Most of it looks fine, but that center area kind of reminds me of like a rotten, dry-aged steak. Aside from that, pretty nice looking smoke ring. We've got the flat on the bottom, a thin seam of fat, and then a very small piece. Something tells me this won't be the juiciest of the day. Definitely does not pass the bend test. Let's see this tender. Oh, God. But let's see what Kylan's feeling. See what the llama sounds like.
That's a lamb. Llama.
An actual llama sounds like this.
Oh, it smells so bad.
I need open minds. Ooh, wow. I think this is worse than the beaver. You're making me look bad. The freaking mouthwash better. Where are you going, Kyle?
Hey guys, sorry, I was washing my hands again.
You know when people clean horse hooves and they take that caked manure out of the bottom of the hoof? That is what I taste.
And then you marinate it in the sludge of a garbage truck.
Move on to the beautiful
does actually look good.
Looks great.
It actually just smells like trash.
Everyone take a nice big bite.
Wait for it.
Oh, wow. The initial crunch, the texture, the flavor was so amazing, and then it hits you.
I had such high hopes because that first bite, you get the onions, you get the peppers, it's a little juicy, and then it's like, whoa!
Like a spoonful of manure from the farm. That's an average.
That's just beyond that.
That's a Z.
I don't think I need to shower. Ugh. Well, we've finally made it to a brisket that I'm actually excited to cook. We got them. And unlike the previous, we finally have some familiar looking pieces. I can clearly tell that this is the super lean flat, tiny fat cap over the top, and essentially zero marbling in there. But then moving over here, there is a distinct point section. You can definitely see some marbling on it. We'll get our control brisket all seasoned up, and we'll get it on the smoke. And the recipe for this one actually starts with berries. Full disclosure, I have never done this before. I have no idea if it's gonna work or taste good, but there's only one way to find out. Just like that, it's been 48 hours. These berries have maintained their shape, but are completely dehydrated. A little bit tart, so good with some candy. And we'll grind them up. Not only will these provide a pop of color, but my thought is that the wild berries will pair well with the wild flavors you find with elk, but we shall see. Now we'll just add a bunch of the blackberry dust on one side, followed by the raspberry dust on the other. You guys know the drill. Now we'll need a whole bunch of salt. And yes, this brisket is being cooked completely covered. Some water gives us that wet snow consistency. We'll lay down the first layer, a few herbs, that brisket, then pile on more of that salt. We want this completely sealed to hopefully season it well and keep it juicy. And into the oven to cook. The elk is done, and I am dying to see what's going on. Now, before we crack into this, you may have noticed that what we're slicing with is not your average knife, which brings us to the sponsor of today's video, Satisfactory. This brisket slicer is cut from a different steel, literally. This is the slicer. The Scorpion Hellfire series from Dalstrong. Out of all their knives, this is actually my favorite. Look how clean these slices are. Zero. Seriously wild. Dalstrong went so big with this, they even had their own proprietary seal made, Japanese V12 Ultra. That V12 course wrapped in 69 layers of Japanese steel with a scary sharp edge. Use the link down below for a 10% discount. With that, let's open her up. Oh my gosh, look how small this thing is. Like paper thin. Am I going crazy, or is this just like not even the same piece of meat? Oh, that doesn't feel very tender. So the truth is, I may have let this cook a little longer than I should have because it hit 200 Fahrenheit very quickly, but didn't feel tender at all. So we'll have to see if there's any moisture in there and if it's tender. And let's check on our elk control. To be honest, it kind of looks like the Millennium Falcon. And we'll slice them. I'm very excited because this one actually looks like a brisket, and it definitely seems juicy. Doesn't feel super tender, but it's sort of passes the bend test. Let's see if we can pull it apart. Oh boy. Not as tender as we'd like to see, but let's give it a taste.
Damn!
And an actual elk? At this point, anything has got to be better than plastic.
Tastes like a Michelin star meal after the crap we were just eating.
Kind of reminds me of hay, like that earthy hay flavor. I get it more so in the point than in the flat.
It has a super deep, almost beefy flavor. It is slightly gamey. The issue is the tenderness.
It's also a little bit dry. I think it's not as fatty as a normal beef brisket. Very dry.
It's like tasty.
The flavor's nice though.
Flavor's pretty good. Jeff, like, you really get the herbs. I'm getting zero berries.
I do think this one's a little bit too salty.
The big issue is that elk is just very lean. It's very small. You'll never break down and get as tender as beef brisket.
Rate is S, inedible is F. I think this is
definitely some room for improvement, but it's getting C. Next up is yak. This one is super crazy because it's clearly way longer than a regular brisket. You see those long, lean muscle fibers at the flat right here. You can see how there's a decent amount of fat running throughout. And then towards the front, we have the point running the opposite way perpendicular in a very similar way as a normal brisket. I have a very hard time believing this will stay juicy, especially this flat section. It is so thin, but we got to do this right and cook our yak control brisket exactly like we would a normal Texas barbecue brisket. So we'll get it on the smoke. And For the non-control, we got something fun planned. We're turning it into jerky. This meat is extremely tough, very difficult to slice through. I hope this jerky is gonna be tender enough. And the cool thing to see is we have a really long flat, seems to be way bigger than a normal beef one. And we also have that point right up here. But you can see how there's a difference in brain structure, because it kind of looks like an octopus. And let's whip up the marinade. So I've actually eaten yak jerky many times when I was living in Asia. It's typically seasoned heavily with Sichuan peppercorns for a kick, but besides that, it's very similar in texture and flavor to beef. Just getting it all mixed up and fully combined. And we'll let this marinate for a few hours. Well, it's been 24 hours. The yak is smelling incredible. I can tell all that flavor has deeply penetrated. And on it goes. These are huge pieces of jerky, so just gonna kind of snake them on here. It's been 6 hours, and our jerky should be done. To be honest, for some reason, this piece of jerky is looking like a seafood. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't tender. Oh, ow. Is that how not tender this jerky is? No one makes me believe that. And it's time for the yak control. There's a really nice looking bark to it. It looks so different than beef. That reddish color to the fat. Visually, the cross-section is definitely reminiscent of beef brisket, and there's clearly some decent moisture content. Not gonna lie, this does not seem to be very tender at all, but there's only one way to know for sure.
The problem is I actually know it's not.
Oh really? Yeah, it sounds like this.
Dude, I feel like a yak.
It must be, but it's not terrible.
I've eaten yak before. I'm like a cow that's having a rough go at life.
Yeah.
It's a little bit worse all around, the flavor, the texture, but it's not terrible.
It's really the texture for me. It's almost like chewy, sinewy, gummy. I don't think I ever want to eat yak again.
You're going to have to because this is your yak jerky.
It actually smells pretty good.
Oh my god.
I don't remember it being this tough. This isn't edible, unfortunately.
Like plastic.
The flavor of this little piece that I got off is fantastic.
It's a great flavor. Salty, a little bit sweet.
I just wish I could eat it.
It's like nice to just gnaw on, you know, for flavor. A little jerky lollipop.
I almost feel like it has
I'm definitely going B on this one.
tough start.
Some of the worst taste testing we've ever done.
And we finally have ourselves a familiar animal. Next up, it's pork brisket. Interestingly, you can see how this side area almost looks like bacon. This is essentially what's connected to the belly, so that would make sense. Then over the top, we have the recognizable fat cap that's on top of the flat. It was sort of hard to find, but over here we do have that grain structure we're used to seeing on the point. We get it all seasoned up. I'm interested in seeing why pork brisket isn't more popular, and on to the smoke. No idea if this is gonna work, but the goal is to attempt to make pork brisket bacon. Going with a standard bacon brine here with kosher salt, pink curing salt, sugar, black pepper, paprika, and chili. From here, we're essentially just covering the brisket with the brine ingredients so they can fully absorb from all sides. And into the fridge for 7 days. It has been 5 full days. Let's see how it looks. Really nice smell to it. You definitely get that black pepper. And as you can see, it has a nice reddish hue from those curing salts. Give it a super brief rinse. Let's get it on the smoke. 4 hours of smoke, and it is looking beautiful. We'll take a slice right down the middle. I'll start by taking some bacon slices from the flat. Even though it's only cooked to 155, it actually feels extremely tender. And I know this is technically brisket, but it just looks like a great slice of bacon. Now I'll try slicing some of the points. Super deep red tiered color. The result are some beautiful pieces of bacon from the flat as well as from the point. Just like normal, from here we'll get them all seared up. Oh man, the smell is insane. There is nothing like homemade bacon. You already know we had to do it. Let's assemble the perfect pork brisket bacon BLT. Going heavy on the bacon, season up those tomatoes, and that right there, at least visually, is perfection. I mean, this is all I ever need to see in the cross-section. And now let's check out that control. The bark on this pork brisket reminds me of a perfectly cooked pork butt, but it seems to have a more sliceable texture rather than the pullable texture you find with pulled pork. There is no question that this looks very tender. Oink, 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 oink.
I feel like they're like squeaking. Yeah, that's it.
An actual pig sounds like this. Brother, may I have some oats? An actual pig sounds like this. I hope so. So relieved right now. It's got the tenderness, it's got the smokiness. It almost reminds me of pulled pork.
Honestly, I like this way more than pulled pork. Something about the fat content feels a lot better with this.
For me, it's like equal with pulled pork. This one's great. It has really nice bark. It's not too thick, so almost every piece has a great crust.
I'm honestly surprised that this isn't sold normal. Like, I've never heard of a pork brisket.
That should be a thing.
BLT.
Whoa. I've had a lot of bacon in my life. Brisket or no brisket, straight up, this is some of the best I've ever had.
Top tier. That's the best BLT I've ever eaten. The bacon is meaty, but so tender and crispy.
Homemade bacon is always better, and I think as brisket is even elevated beyond it. It's a little extra flavor. Texture is also a little bit more meaty.
It is just bacon and steroids.
I mean, the bacon feels like S tier. The regular brisket feels like A. It could be S, but today it's going to get a very respectable A. This next animal is one that I have yet to make taste good, but maybe we can do it with the brisket. It's camel. And this thing is absolutely massive. It's an extremely complicated grain structure, but I think I've figured it out. This right here, I mean, it's gotta be the flat, those long, lean fibers, also moving in this direction, which means flipping it over. I believe this sort of area right here would be the point. It's extremely hard to tell. I mean, the meat looks so different. It's a really crazy dark red. The texture is also nothing I've ever seen before. But either way, it's time to go. Now we got our control completely seasoned up. I have no idea how this thing's gonna smoke given how wide and thin it is. This one should be interesting, but either way, we'll get it on smoke. For the non-control, we're putting a twist on a complicated but super flavorful dish called We'll start by just chunking out the camel brisket into roughly equal-sized pieces, just like this. I mean, it looks very similar to beef. From here, we'll give this camel a nice initial sear to start building flavor. Now that we've gotten some nice color into the pressure, and from here, we'll throw in a variety of Middle Eastern flavors, spices, and aromatics. These flavors are far out of my everyday comfort zone. We're putting our faith in the pressure cooker on this one to bring it home. And just like that, it should be done. And now we assemble. Full disclosure, this is the first time I'm attempting this dish, but from what I can tell, it's basically an upside-down cake where we layer on a whole bunch of vegetables, and while traditionally it isn't made with camel, I'm hoping it'll be a good substitute and elevate the protein. Now we'll throw in all the strained broth, and we'll let it finish cooking. And it should be done. It smells out of control. Now it's time for the hard part. First of all, this kind of weighs like 1,000 pounds. Second of all, it's the wrong pot because we got the handles, space there. Oh, wow, that's heavy. Woo! See my friend Gold balance through this bunch. Time for the moment of truth. What I should see in front of me is a perfectly symmetrical piece of rice. It looks all beautiful, not covered over. Oh, it's coming apart. Oh, God, no. Man, there's a reason I don't call myself Max Complete now. Despite the fact that it doesn't look as pretty as it could look, the smells coming off this dish tell me that we might be able to make up for it when it comes to it. Be real with you guys, not sure what's going on with our control. I mean, this straight up looks like charcoal. Checking out that back area where the skin is. Oh, yeah, the skin. That is not crispy. I can do the slingshot. Perfect opportunity to use this baby. I have way too much time on hands. Extremely odd shape to it, but it's looking surprisingly juicy. This for sure is tender. I have no idea what it is. That's a tough one.
Moving on.
Start with control. Kind of tastes like beef. That is so much better than the first time we had camel on this channel.
The more I chew this, the more disgusting it gets.
I'm not gonna say it's like amazing, but it's not bad.
I love the smoky flavor. There's a little tinge of weirdness, but overall that is not.
I dislike the texture. Very fibrous, a little hard to chew. The flavor is just slightly gamey. I don't hate it. I'm surprised.
Let's move on to this bad boy over here. Whoa, that's so good. There's so much flavor in that.
Those spices are incredible. Honestly, I would order that at a restaurant.
100%. There's so many textures.
That dish is a 10 out of 10. I'd prefer it with something like beef or lamb.
I feel like we could have gotten the camel a little more tender. Pressure cooking it a little bit longer, but other than that, that is a very cohesive dish. Completely covers up the gaminess of the camel. This dish right here is an easy A, but in the grand scheme of a camel's brisket, unfortunately today's a C. Next up, we got beef, but probably not what you're thinking, because this is beef. This one is blowing my mind because it has the exact same anatomy as a normal beef brisket, but the color is completely different. We have the flat section right here, then we have the point section over here. Absolutely the coolest to me. Check out all the marbling on that. Even though this is veal and the meat color is extremely pale, you can see how there's still tons of rich fat. It almost reminds me of like Oro. Now what I'm going to do is trim this up exactly like I would a normal beef brisket. The flat is just so much thinner. I'm really worried this is also going to end up very dry. So I'm just going to trim off the thinnest parts, just kind of square it up. Maybe not perfect, but we have achieved that nice aerodynamic shape. Time to season. Giving it a nice coating with salt and pepper, just like we would with a normal beef brisket. And onto the smoker she goes. And believe it or not, we're gonna try cooking our non-control veal brisket like a steak. We've tried this before with regular beef brisket with some success. Honestly, it didn't work out too well. The difference here is that veal is inherently way more tender, so I think it might actually work. And we'll get it on the grill. Going with the reverse sear method, so starting on the cool side to slowly come up to 125 Fahrenheit internal. From here, shifting it directly onto the hot side of the grill to achieve a nice crusty sear. It's reached 135 Fahrenheit internal, which should be medium rare, using the exact same process we use for any other thick cut steak. But honestly, this cross section is kind of weird. It's medium rare, but still very white. Kind of looks like undercooked pork than any kind of beef I've ever seen. Though it clearly is packed with moisture and seems at least somewhat tender. Now let's check on the control. Decent looking bark, maybe a little less dark than you find with regular beef, and it seems tender. It has this hilariously large smoke ring that kind of looks fake, but overall I will say it appears a lot more appetizing than the medium rare. The fat has that glossy rendered look to it, slicing through like butter. I am dying to see how this works. The bacon cuts.
I'm like a cow, but just with a little bit of a higher voice.
And a regular baby cow.
I love it. I think I like this more than regular brisket. It's almost lighter, not as deeply smoky and dense.
It's a bit more delicate. It's almost sweet to me.
Yeah, it's super clean pork to me. It's a great change of pace with beef.
I don't necessarily think it's better than regular beef brisket, but it's close.
This one's looking a little bit like medium rare chicken.
Whoa. It's the juiciest piece of meat I have ever eaten in my life. Genuinely.
It reminds me of fat. The fat is a little bit sweet. It's juicy.
Extremely flavorful. More tender with the same
I think it's an A. I much prefer this over brisket.
I agree.
I thought it was a B, but I can give you guys an A. This is very good. And next up, we got spicy brisket. See how it has that beautiful deep red color? However, it does look extremely lean, especially that flat section. There's essentially zero fat. However, up on the point, there is quite a bit of exterior fat. It weirdly looks almost yellow, kind of like we've seen with different types of wild game. We got some interesting anatomy. You can see here, there's this flap of meat. This is where the bones typically are, so I'm gonna start by removing this. Kind of peeling it away. Like so. Leaving us with a normal looking brisket, we have, again, that flat right here with the fattier point over the top. Now because this is the control brisket, I am gonna trim it up, squaring off that super lean side. It's crazy how much less fat spicy brisket has over beef that we're used to seeing. Check out the color of that fat. It is just a stunning yellow, completely different than beef. We'll hit it with the salt and pepper, making sure to get the sides, and we'll get it on the smoker. Now for the non-control bison, we have something very interesting. What we're making is a traditional Native American survival food called pemmican. Pemmican is a traditional indigenous North American food predating European colonization in America, and apparently was a key survival food. Extremely lean beef is required, so what I'm gonna try to do is separate the point from the flat, which is a lot easier said than done. But following the muscle fibers, you kind of peel away that upper point section. That took longer than expected, but the flat is completely removed of fat. Now I'll just take some slices. Stuff as it gets. And now we'll get our meat on the dehydrator. It was very weird doing this to completely raw, unseasoned meat. Typically when stuff goes on the dehydrator, it's already fully marinated and seasoned, but we're going with the traditional. And we'll let this dehydrate overnight. Hey guys, we actually let this dehydrate for like 2 days at this point. If this isn't bone dry, with all the moisture removed, we can now blend this up essentially into a powder. So I think this is the texture we're looking for. From here, we'll finally add a bit of flavor, but from what I can tell, this dish was way more about survival utility over taste. Next, I've heated up some beef tallow. We're just gonna slowly start to incorporate. The tallow should turn this into a bar-like texture once cooled. It's also adding a ton of calories for extra energy. And into the fridge to cool. We've let it completely harden in the fridge. Let's see what we got. I think it will actually come right out. Loaf of clams. Just slice up some bars. We appear to be left with what's basically meat granola. But I'm gonna be honest, texturally, these are exactly like those Nature's Valley bars. They look good, then you open it up and just completely falls apart. And let's check out the control. Nice dark bark, very similar to what you'll find with the beef brisket. Let's slice it. Well, it is clearly very juicy, but there's something about that fat. It is so yellow. Very strange looking, especially when we're used to seeing more clear fat. But that aside, I'm not mad about how this is looking. Doesn't really pass the bend test, but it does pull apart okay. You just copy mine. Actual bison sound like this. Bison. That tastes more like beef than beef does. It is so beefy.
It's a nice change of pace. I don't like it more. Beef, it's good.
It does have a tinge of wildness or gaminess to it, and the texture is much tighter than your regular beef brisket, but it's not bad.
I'm very excited about this one.
Has a flavor of very like natural beef jerky.
Usually it's sweet, veteran, savory. It tastes like beef. It's like very confusing with the taste buds, but as a survival food, it really isn't bad.
Texturally, it really reminds me of shortbread, which is why when I put it in your mouth, I almost want it to be sweet. It smells like bird food or like fish food.
I wouldn't proactively seek it out, but I kind of like it.
How in God's name do you drink beef and bison? I think it's not as good as we have made it to not only the biggest, but also the most expensive brisket of the day, Wagyu A5. But as you guys can see, we got a problem. This thing is so massive that in Japan, they actually had to slice it in half. So we have this massive 17.5-pound chunk right here, which is the brisket flat, as well as this giant 15-pound. So here's the thing, now we could just cook both these two sides separately. Honestly, it feels a little bit lame. If we're gonna do this, we have to do it right. So I have an idea. I give you move. Start by opening up the point section here. This thing's looking ridiculous. It's almost like a shark fin or something. Now we'll open up the flat. Cross section is absolutely insane. This is the flat side that's usually extremely lean, but as you can see, that marble is just ridiculous. It's honestly more fat. And as you can see, that point side is also just insane. If you look on the bottom here, you can see how there's actually bones here. With a standard brisket, this part is completely weak. In order to glue these together, I believe what's required is going to be a nice flat side for both, so we'll take a slice. Still have yet to use this tuna slicer to actually slice the tuna, but I think this is just as good. Try not to remove too much of it. Now you can really see the marbling. That is as crazy as it is. Now I'll see if I can do the same with the tuna. And now we'll whip out our moon glue, aka transglutamase. Just like the name suggests, it literally glues meat together. Start on the flat side. What I'm gonna do is literally just dust the entire face with the meat. And we'll do the exact same thing on the point side. There is one key issue with meat glue. They say it is very bad at gluing extremely fatty cuts together. Needless to say, these are two extremely fatty cuts, so let's see what happens. Right there, it's one. Brisket. Now, all right. Okay, all jokes aside, we're gonna try to get this into the fridge, hopefully in this exact position, so it can seal overnight. All right, guys, it has been 30 hours. A wide variety of techniques have been used to try and keep this thing together. We have several supporting rods, a bunch of supporting paper towels, hopefully allowing both sides to stick together. This is what we got. It seems to be stuck together, so I'm not gonna push my luck and try separating them, but I am gonna trim it up like I would a normal brisket. There's just this crazy amount of exterior fat, and I really want the seasonings and smoke to actually stick to the meat itself, so I'm cutting away as much of this as possible. Honestly, this appears to be like 50% fat. Okay, we have finally reached a point where our brisket actually looks like a brisket. This is an ungodly amount of trimming that was required. It's hard to see at this point if both sides are fully stuck together. There definitely is a bit of a seal. We'll only know for sure once it's cooked. And it is finally time to season this bad boy up. But I gotta give a huge shout out to Alpine Butcher. They are the only people on the planet that can source something this crazy. So if you like meat, check them out. And we'll get her on the grill. All right, we have officially hit 175 internal. I am pleased to say that the glue seems to be blue. For reference, take a look at how much fat is rendered out of it. And as if this thing needs more fat, we're gonna throw some of that right over the top. Okay, good. And now we'll wrap it up. And back on the grill for finish. 17 hours of cooking and a 3-hour rest later, this brisket is done. And that right there is what I'm talking about when it comes to butter. Super dark and flavorful, and yet it is still somehow fully glued together. I mean, this should come as a surprise to no one, but this looks like the brisket of all briskets. Just packed with moisture. It's almost like this thing was injected with clean talent. Let's find out if all this effort was worth it. What does a Wagyu A5 have?
Sounds like a pretentious normal cow.
Let's hear that.
A really good one. Looks like a cow engine.
An actual Wagyu A5 cow. Hey guys, we have made it to the most expensive brisket in the entire world. We've come a long way from here. Look. It's good.
Don't need more marbling in a brisket. It's so rich already.
I mean, it is insanely tender. It's ridiculously juicy, but it needs to be black.
The tenderness and juiciness of this compared to a regular brisket is just level above. I really love this.
Is it 40 times better? Because cost-wise, that's what it is.
A little bit too much.
It's worse than a regular brisket.
Yes, I do.
So how do you rank it?
I would give it a B.
That's an A+.
I think if we took price out of it, considering how expensive it is, I think made it be that bad. Well, we'll find out who won the free all-expensive day trip to Miami Beach based on the sound of our animals. Only our editor knows the answer to that. Really hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
Wow. Okay, maybe not the last time I used the tractor. Wow. the shifting earth.
Yeah.
I'm finding us the important loot, buddy.
Very nice. Cliff Chatel. Roger back here. My children.
I can't wait for the one guy that comments on all my videos with hate. Yeah, man, this was my challenge.
Fuck no.
Flying rainbow actually is good.
Down this way.
Never go to no branch in my life.
I'm going to own.
I've got improved for you.
You want a black bow with attacks and big claws, or you want two range weapon attacks?
Black bow.
Right by this grave.
Flat power 12%.
Whoops.
That's awful. sitting.
What are we talking about here, boy? What are we talking about?
Probably could.
What?
That one got me. Not gonna lie, that one got me.
Hot take mayo is fucking disgusting. I thought it was a child.
Yeah.
Most mayo is disgusting, but if you homemade mayo,
Yeah, you made a lot of homemade mayo in your life, Tanner. Yeah? How you make it? I don't think that's how you make it.
Yes, it is. Look at
I started using the actual board.
I mean, you look kind of cool at least.
I don't feel
That's about it, though.
oversized toothpicks. Toothpicks that are made for fucking fire guy and people throw chemicals.
Alright, boys. It's sentient text.
You guys do not believe the development about it there.
Nothing.
Yep.
Pure hot rancid garbage. And this could be a wilder kind of situation. Know what I mean, boys?
All
What do you
three.
guys? 3 Wilders? I'm down.
I mean, night of miasma. Yeah, I know what I'm running right now.
Let's, how do you run? Because I don't know what's running.
Slate whetstone, night of miasma, wilder zero.
I'm not running that, but that's not that really good Wilder relics.
No, don't let them lie to you. I'm telling you the pure attack right now.
Wait, Night of Miasma? Is that a blue?
It's yellow. You need to use his remembrance, sir.
I heard Triple Duchess. Maybe somewhere.
Remembrance
The one with the white slot.
Is this also a crater situation? Could knock the KO as well. Rotten Woods also makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, we're definitely supposed to rock woods because of hurt.
I think the hurt poison makes more attack power.
get the other subs, okay? I grabbed it. Now I'll be high energy for your video. You're welcome. Thanks. Say thanks. That's right. That's right. I'm fucking dying and then he's thinking about that. What if he's lying? You look up in here.
Somebody please tell Tanner the G in Ganoster is silent. It is not Ganoster. He didn't even say the name. I'm just hating.
Honestly, valid.
Monsters had a dude from that Quentin Tarantino movie. So
Which movie? Code Ratty, Smokey. Code Ratty.
Surely the hands are considered. We're blasting the fuck out of the hands right now.
Wait, pause.
I'm getting bigger? I'm getting a big fucking finger right now.
guys, I already used my 6 cents.
Oh no!
Dude, I say no.
Why? I'm doing fire damage, man. I'm gonna get you.
Going straight for gold weapons.
There's no way we're gonna make it there.
No, sure. We just gotta skip everything. Although maybe we want to kill like one of those, so we're not level one fighting a fucking map.
That's something is happening.
Bro thinks he's a frost for a second.
Oh, both the grain sacks, baby!
We got cranial vessel candles, man. Might just end up using that, not gonna lie.
That's pretty good.
Man, that's kind of bang.
I like how you said we're gonna skip everything and still get fucking.
Yeah, we don't need to do that shit. I lied.
Oh, ouchie.
It's coming. Hey, what if your cum did like a shotgun spread?
God, it'd be so peak.
You
Okay,
like it better?
what do you mean by that? Just like elaborate on what you're saying.
What if when you shot your cum, it was a shotgun spread?
I mean, I suppose Chad doesn't know this, but this isn't doing your fucking video, but whatever. I suppose it's your video, so it's fine. Chad doesn't know this, but I have previously asked you how accurate you are with your cum.
Yeah.
It's a fair question. I think that we need to bring.
No, well, you see, the reason why it was brought up was because we were talking about like rifles and like guns, firearms, you know?
Yeah.
And like the longer the barrel, the more accurate it is. So naturally, I doubted
Downstairs great sword? Ooh, that's pretty good.
Should I fucking magma guillotine this shit? I think I might. Alright, got it. Don't level your down.
Downstairs great sword or just another sword?
How the fuck did we get out of here without that? We'll find out.
I think you can descend and then there's like I'll figure it out. Eventually.
You can fall on that other thing.
people complain about Elden Ring animation delays, and this is just the average Dark Souls run float in the sky. The seriousness is insane.
I mean, seeing multiple also
People are gonna be confused by it.
Say it. No. Say it.
I know it turns you on.
It does. Right. It's probably in my top 5 favorite games.
I won't lie to you boys, my periodic run rate started a fucking bat, so invalid run.
Okay, yeah.
Can't do anything
Out of
about
all the
that.
other invalid run things you did the entire time.
No, I haven't.
also flying dragons.
Is that dragon always? I mean, that's just a default field boss. Is that guaranteed to be a dragon? Because that wolf is a slightly different spawn compared to what's normally over there. America's hammer.
Visit shield.
Guard counters. Go to the hands.
I didn't miss anything right now, though. Pretty well.
We said we were gonna skip the bar until every do
How
powers
heavy
for
do
you
you
guys.
think a gorilla is?
How many of me to kill a gorilla?
I said, how heavy do you think a gorilla is? I don't actually know the answer.
450 pounds.
Huh?
450 pounds.
For sure?
It's a good bet.
400? No.
That seems low.
Yeah. Gorillas are like 8 to 1200.
I'll look right now. 450. I'm Googling.
I'm pretty sure 800 to 1200 is like average gorilla, and then like bear, like
Adult
bears.
male gorillas can weigh between 300 and 500 pounds. Crazy.
All right. Well, listen. Let me break down the math for you.
It's crazy.
Average human weighs like 200 pounds. You weigh 100 pounds.
110. Well, America brings the average up.
Average human's also fat as fuck. Average human is not a good 200 pounds.
That's not a clean 200.
For man, it's in North America, the average is 178 pounds.
How old is that? I don't think that's right.
Oh wait, no. Oh no, you're right. 200 pounds. I looked at it.
1,000 gorillas versus one fish. We have a YouTube chat backstage, Davey. I'm taking bushy.
Okay, but listen, if people were saying 100 men were gonna get fucked up by one gorilla,
which isn't true,
but if that's what the discourse is at, and 100 men that weigh 200 pounds can't fuck up a 400-pound gorilla, you think 3 little rat boys are gonna take me on? What are we
I
talking
think
about?
I could take you if I get lucky. So if I have an extra 2, the odds are
No, there's literally 0 chance.
Hold on. Out of the 3 rounds, is someone grabbing his meat or is he?
Oh yeah. One for the eyes, one just holding on to his laying down. It's not doing a lot, but it's
Sure.
yeah.
You guys ever watch Polar Express when that guy tries to do
You definitely need more than that.
I think 2.
There's no chance. Once again, this is literally just the human versus human question.
Just have one show up in a Michelin cosplay to distract you. Then what you doing?
I'm pretty sure I could rip your leg off. We don't say it. Who's gonna say it?
This is not even weird shit, homie. Alright. Triple ironine, fucking knocked the tail. Blood armor. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, actually, I just have swapping Grant's Affinity surely and
Yeah, I mean, I'm running the whole Spell Omen finish.
surely one of them.
Okay. Real talk. Yeah, what the fuck does Spell Omen fetish?
How did they become Spell Omen? Did Mode like touch them or something?
No. No, it's because they're like spited by God or some shit. No. No, they're just. I think it just happened. I wish it was a spiritual item you frail. Damn right. Crazy running around down there. That's a good one. Somebody make sure you put that. Mr. Editor's got to put that one out there. Mr. Shorts Editor?
What's his name? What's he called? David?
I don't actually know what his name is.
David too.
Blue Doll is an example of a fetish, by the way. Yo, whoop, fucking name Blue Doll. Okay, so in that case, it's crazy. It's crazy that they made the symbol of the Fell Omen like idol is Margit's fucking shackles.
Wait a sec. Jeez.
Yep.
Everything handcuffs?
Yo, fucking Margit's a kinky bitch.
Chocolate.
Click.
So, Loretta the Hippo and the Dragon all can do those.
Oh yeah, like that. Last the hippo. Poor hippo's better have the worst time of his life.
What you gonna do with 3 level 1 wild or what?
Get digged.
How do you get that rolling?
Don't suck.
That
Finish your way, don't suck. If you
I
suck, you
mean,
don't
it
get
really is.
See, you saying that makes me really like know that you suck.
You have to kill Margit in the tutorial.
God is yours.
I'll hold him still. you said that.
That's a dragon.
Like dragon. Oh,
Let's save everything in the sort of like in the non-control.
Sure.
We're gonna be stuck in so hard if we don't do anything in this world. Back down here. Flying fucking missile. Oh my god, I hate this game.
Hit him right here. Now he wants to play me. You know about that.
He has to. Weather is running all the way across the goddamn thing.
Loretta. Got a glib blade, bro?
Holy shit.
What a shirt.
I didn't even know someone could be freaking fluffy as shit.
That's almost like balls.
It's just a Snell with a black knight, and that's it.
I'm helping.
You're pissing me off, man.
No, I'm helping. No. I'm happy you think that.
Oh. Oh yeah, we can level up. Great. I didn't do that.
Monkey, get down.
Why me?
What's that guy's name? Is that Loretta?
Like,
I don't know you guys, but that movie's my favorite movie in the game.
great fish.
what the hell kind of legendary would be useful?
Hey,
For
did we know Dragon was Russian?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait,
Okay.
he's not technically Russian, but yes.
What is he? Balkan?
Bosnian.
I thought he was from Brazil. He has that olive skin tone.
Reduvia with honestly?
I-9 does have slightly higher arcane.
And it does sleep. Sleep's good, dude.
I got a little shit sleep box.
Yeah. Yeah, sleep's good for the sleep boss, dude.
Oh, there's these guys. Help me kill the pumpkin heads without heads.
Yeah, what's their
Let's
purpose?
do-
What the fuck is a pumpkin head's purpose when it doesn't have a head anymore?
Can't bang its shit. Beat its shit. Y'all ever beat your shit like a pumpkin head? Just growl at it?
Say I have? Well.
Come on, man.
Come on. Work. Please. Come on.
Alright. The Reduvia idea?
Not good?
Yeah, I know none of you saw it coming. It's awful.
You just weren't using it right.
I trusted you, man. I believe.
I know you did.
Everything you say is right.
Notorious believer Tanner. I'm gonna fucking die in here.
Ghosts don't status. Oh. You guys know that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fucking dead as shit, brother.
No, I'll come back for you.
Are you back?
Because I was testing Reduvia, buddy. I had important
I
business.
didn't really get a whole lot of good stuff.
I did. I got
Didn't
two
ask.
bows.
Didn't ask.
One of them's really good. You'd be jealous.
Didn't I see you with an Erd Tree bow, Tanner?
No, I got a pulley bow.
Isn't that purple? Yeah. Fucking complainers, dude. Oh, I got something you're really gonna like, Tanner. Ready for this?
Ooh.
Oh, this makes me feel
Wait,
bad.
but I have this. I have the lightning on. I like the lightning.
Fine.
The lightning. Hi. Is a Fartus run? Nope.
Big Og.
Big long. Alright, who got in a fight? Og or Elden Queef?
Pretty easy. Augur makes him sleep.
Average DS1 jump animation.
Alright, hold on.
Dude,
Don't
I have
need
been
help.
spamming this Anspur, and he has not rotted.
Surely he's immune to rot.
Lightning, get
Oh
him!
yeah, I suppose that makes sense, huh?
Hold on, I'm gonna touch his front something. Oh, he didn't stagger, never mind.
Don't take the perk.
Oh, good point. Good point. Good point. I'm gonna look in awe. Yeah, believe it or not, nothing good.
Perk 30.
Thank you, Lord, for this year, perk 30. Still the best Call of Duty meme of the year.
It's a good one. You know, out of all the games to stick, would have never thought Call of Duty at my young age.
No. Why not Call of Duty?
I'm here from the time you played Elden Ring after taking laxatives. That wasn't me.
Wrong guy.
No.
I'm a reformed man.
Yo, why didn't people write articles about that one?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Of all
Fuck Scumnut, dude. Scumnut, I love you. I'm just kidding.
Of all the runs to write articles about,
Well, I was on
Scumnut
that
gets
podcast.
called the Elden Ring sicko when this
See-
guy's shitting himself for the love of the game.
The clip
Listen.
of them talking about Tanner on the podcast is fucking comedy.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, I was on Danny Brown's podcast.
Who me and Tanner love.
Danny Brown's fucking hilarious. And Danny Brown works under Tom Segura's podcast company. So there is a chance Danny Brown showed Tom Segura me shitting my pants.
That's a real thing that could have happened. Let's go to Revenant.
Okay. Has anyone did a one weapon only run?
Our level 1 run.
The fuck did that
Tanner,
drop?
why did you do that?
Big ass
Do
hammer.
what? Laxatives?
It was funny.
For the memes, for the stories. It's a great story. I live my life to only tell funny stories.
That is true.
The aftermath of the run, I thought he was gonna die. He was so dehydrated.
I shit 8 times in like the span of a couple hours. Full shits. Not even, I mean, you can't call them full shits because they're squirts. Full squirts. You know?
Yeah.
I think it's the longest it's ever taken us to kill this guy.
Yeah, this guy has no HP.
Chris! To the bald man. To Grandpa.
You want to do the chest?
Oh yeah, how do we do that? Oh, the talisman right here.
You son of a bitch.
Should do the night rain laxative run. I mean, actually, any percent night rain speed run, you got to kill. You got to do 5
possible.
expeditions. It's
I
kind of.
I think I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the right time frame.
Cause I think I shit myself at like 3 hours, like just over 3 hours.
It's definitely doable.
Can you stop disappearing? You fuck. How often is this guy gonna go get milk and cigs, bro?
America's Hammer?
Ooh. America's Hammer.
Happy 4th of July.
down. Do I have the stats
This
for
dude
America's
smacked me with his fucking armpit, dude. I don't know how he's got that kind of reach.
Grandpa.
Oh, I didn't make it out. I'm dead. Come on, go save me.
I'm dead too.
Hold on, boys.
Nah, Bushy and Ratty are too scared. Or maybe, hold on. Maybe we could do a trios laxative run, speed run.
No.
All right.
I mean, I'll play. I'm not taking laxatives.
We gotta help Tanner not shit himself.
Yeah, and then we could troll you.
No.
You can
Imagine
be
if
on the
last
verge of
boss, he's
shitting.
panicking. Neither of us go up the fucking splooge. Sorry, brother. It's for the content.
I'm sorry, little one. Guys, I got a second America's Hammer. Wow.
Star Scourge Greatsword. Ooh, improved ranged weapon attacks 14%.
Ooh, can you do that?
I sure can.
Tanner
I could
hide
give you both the
laxatives in his
glint blade
dens.
bow if you want it.
What?
What does that mean?
Got a bow with multiple periodic glint blades on it.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's probably better.
Yeah, maybe we spend 2 dupes on that.
Also got a black bow with ritual sword on it. Surely we do Dragonkin first. No? We don't need to.
We have so much time.
Dragon King is Cragblade. We don't give a shit, right? Surely not.
No.
Is there anything special about pulley bow?
No.
Cool.
I duped a bow.
I'll take mine.
Okay, if you just want to dupe that bow again, Tanner, and then I can dupe the great sword for somebody.
You want it, Ryan?
Want what?
Scores. Never mind, he's not even paying attention.
I took your other weapon.